It'll ask me what screen I want to share. It's processing. Oh, there we go. Excellent. A little bit of a delay. So how do I?
Maybe now share it.
Oh, see, go back to Zoom. Go. Zoom.
I want to accept that. 2 page. Yep. Order of operations.
Excellent. It's working now. Man, now we got to figure it out. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thank you, Monica. All right, good morning and welcome everybody to day 3 of local parks category evaluations in the Washington Wildlife and Recreation program. We have another full day of projects, so applicants will be here presenting their projects to us. We have a volunteer advisory committee here to help us score these projects, which will result in a ranking, a ranked list. And our first presenter is here, Doug Coots from Moses Lake. Thank you for being here. And can you all see the screen okay? So far, so good. Excellent. Let me go back to Moses Lake, however. Starting with the Sun Terrace Park project. Doug, I'm going to launch that for you and then hand you controls.
Okay, what do I do?
Wait, hold on, sorry. Too many things here to click.
Just like to say I'm not as cool as Roxanne this morning. I wish I was. I would put on my sunglasses, but then I can't read my notes. So.
Yeah, that's right. Looking good. Okay, now click on the screen and see if you can take that. Yeah, looking good. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, Doug, go right ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Doug Coots, and I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake. I am here this morning to present the City of Moses Lake Sun Terrace Park Development Project number 24-1971D. This project is phase 1 of development of vacant city-owned land into a park. For those unfamiliar with us, Moses Lake is located in Grant County, near the center of Washington State, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with a population of approximately 26,000. On this slide, the city limits are shaded in a transparent yellow with the UGA shaded transparent pink. The park location within the city is indicated by the red star. Sun Terrace Park is an undeveloped 11.2 acre parcel owned by the city, located just north of I-90 between Fairway Drive, Towey Street, and Hawk Street. Note again the city limits shaded in yellow and the UGA in pink. The vacant land in the UGA indicates that there could be increases in population in this area in the next few years. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat and a wetland and buffer area on the south end of the property. A master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase 1 of a multi-phased development of this property into a neighborhood park for this area. The phase 1 plan includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for preschool-age children, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, shrub steppe natural habitat, landscaping, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 1, need, local priorities. The city of Moses Lake uses two benchmarks for parks within the city limits. First is a half-mile walk to a park, and the second is the NRPA median for our size of city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. This map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Sun Terrace site in yellow, other parks in the area in orange, and the half-mile service area for existing parks shaded in blue. The half-mile service area of the Sun Terrace Park, once developed, is shaded in purple. This shows that the development of a park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development for the city of Moses Lake. The second benchmark is 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents, highlighted here in green. This table indicates that Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland per 1,000 available to its residents, highlighted here in yellow. The numbers for undeveloped parkland, highlighted in red, and the total parkland, highlighted in blue, show information both with and without the inclusion of the 11.2 acre Sun Terrace Park property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding in the full build-out of the plan for the 11.2 acre park would bring our developed parklands to 8.91 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. In reviewing the SCORP data for this census tract, I did want to highlight that while this tract has a high amount of green space listed, this is a census tract with most of the green space being farmland to the north and west of this neighborhood, and the large park more than a half-mile away, Blue Heron Park, which was a former state park. That is the nearest park to this neighborhood, and it is more a half a mile away, most of the way on streets without sidewalks. In order to access that park from this neighborhood, you would need to walk down this frontage road with no sidewalks. The need for this specific park was identified in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks Recreation and Open Space Plan and listed under goal number 5, enhance and expand quality park experiences. Number 5.1.L, consider site-specific master plans for, amongst other parks, Sun Terrace Park. This master plan was completed from the fall of 2023 through the spring of 2024 with input from the community, and it is the substance behind this application. Additionally, the entire Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan has been incorporated into the city's comprehensive plan by annual amendment. So these plans are recognized in that document as well. Project criteria 2, project scope, existing features. The location was acquired as part of a development project requirement for the development. The location fills a gap in the city's service area for parks, and the master plan process is identified in the city's planning documents. The site itself is shrub step habitat with a wetland area and buffer on the southern end of the property that has been dealt with in the plans. The overall master plan is based on the community feedback we received, and it includes an inclusive design playgrounds for preschool and school-age children, artificial turf playground surfacing, a modular pump track, restroom with drinking fountain, an open lawn play area with irrigation, a pickleball court, a basketball court, a picnic shelter, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step natural habitat, walking paths, and a boardwalk with a wetland observation platform. That is the overall master plan. This grant application is for phase 1 of this project. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for preschool age children, open lawn area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step habitat maintenance, and concrete walkway. Criteria 5, project design fit. The design is based on a physical survey of the property itself. All design elements were developed in the master plan process directed by RWD landscape architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. The playgrounds are to be inclusive in design and to have synthetic turf playground surfacing. The design incorporates usage of only the turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. The shrub step habitat is being maintained on the project site as a pollinator habitat and to reduce irrigation needs. Project design budget. Cost estimates were generated by RWD Landscape Architects, and they include escalation for the timeline in the grant funding process. Taxes and contingencies are also included within the specific line items. The project was scaled down to phase 1 to meet a ceiling of 1.1 million in total project cost based on an LWCF grant, this local parks grant, and local match requirements. Annual maintenance costs have also been identified and can be accommodated by the city in its current operation. Criteria 7, project engagement methods. Again, this project was specifically identified in the 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan that was developed and based on community input. Criteria 7 and 8, project engagement methods and community. The City of Moses Lake and RWD Landscape Architects held an open house advertised through the local school, homeowners association, Facebook's pages, and the city's webpage in English and in Spanish. We had great engagement at the open house and specific engagement for this neighborhood park through the homeowners association for this neighborhood. Criteria 9, project engagement partnerships. Again, this was identified as a project through our community involvement in our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. The Sun Terrace Homeowners Association was engaged in this project directly. We presented this project to local community service clubs for letters of support and received letters from Moses Lake School District, Kiwanis Club of Moses Lake, Rotary Club of Moses Lake, and the Boys and Girls Club of the Columbia Basin. Criteria 10, sustainability, ecological factors, maintenance of the shrub step habitat on the project as native species to minimize impact and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands, as well as acting as a pollinator habitat. We are minimizing the use of turf areas to those only deemed necessary to reduce the amount of watering with potable water needed to maintain the site. And the wetland and wetland buffer were addressed in the plan design. Interpretive signage and a boardwalk viewing area are a part of the future phases. Social factors, this provides a new park with a playground and open space, giving recreational opportunities for this specific community. No additional park properties are available within a half-mile walk, and it provides open space and in future phases, a picnic shelter for large community and family events. Economically, the smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks in the city. And the annual maintenance costs for the park have been identified and can be accommodated by the city in its current operational status. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. The city is applying for 2 grants for phase 1 of this project, a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant and this WWRP Local Parks grant. Additional funds would come from the City of Moses Lake Parks Mitigation Account, which is an account that is funded by development in the city when a park is not required based on the location of the development. The developer has to contribute funds to this account for us. The Homeowners Association, Sun Terrace Homeowners Association, has secured pledged donations in the amount of $2,750 towards this project. And the Lioness Club of Moses Lake has pledged to contribute towards the picnic shelter in a future phase. So that's really not a part of this. That's why I've kind of separated it out there. Annual maintenance costs for the park have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city in its current operational state. This slide shows the property in its current state, the phase 1 plan and the full park master plan. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thanks, Doug. Questions? Anne, go ahead.
So, Doug, do you know what the population of that half-mile service area, what's the approximate population of that area?
I do not know. It is growing as we are speaking, as they're building. You can see in the picture there that they haven't quite completed their build out yet. I do not know the exact population or an estimate.
Okay.
It is a development there that's in the neighborhood of 50 homes. So 2.5 people per home times 50, you're looking at 100 and 125 people.
Okay, and then another question. So the community engagement, did that engagement affect the design
Yes.
of the park? Can you talk
Yes.
about that a little bit?
Yes. So in the engagement process, right, we'll go forward one more to slide 18. Thank you. You can see how the slide, the pictures here show in English and Spanish, the first picture there to the left of the screen. And then you've got the dots on the actual pictures of elements. So elements were brought in, and we showed the elements, and we showed 3 potential layouts of the park, which you can see in the bottom right corner there. There's 3 potential layouts of the park that they commented on. We asked them to put stickers on what they thought they wanted in the park, and then that directly influenced what was brought in versus what was left out. This particular park, they really wanted the pickleball courts in there, and they really wanted the playground. Playgrounds were obviously number 1 in pretty much every one of these that we did, but the pickleball courts rose to the top in this development through this process. They really wanted that in their park, and I actually had some questions about can we get lights on the pickleball courts, and I dissuaded them from that, saying you don't want somebody playing pickleball in your neighborhood at 10 o'clock at night under the lights. So we did have conversations about that, but it did directly influence the design.
But so then is pickleball part of this phase? Must be a future phase, right?
It's a future phase. It's in the overall. I did highlight that one time, and I tried to stay away from highlighting the overall plan. So we're talking very simply about the initial plan is the playground and open lawn play area. But if you look on the right side there, on the right side, you'll see that the pickleball that's the pickleball right there, and then there's a basketball court up above on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Let's see, Roxanne, go ahead, and then Silvana.
All right. And apologize if I missed this, Doug, but could you reiterate the timeline for your project?
The timeline in what sense?
In terms of design and development and.
Okay, so it was identified in 2022 as needing a master plan. We started our design team work in fall of 23 and completed it this spring. So this master plan was completed March of this year.
And when do you plan to construct?
As soon as we get money.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be ready to go next summer, essentially.
We have additional design services. So if we were awarded funding, that would be the next step, is complete the additional design services to get us to construction level documentation, and then we move forward on phase 1.
Yeah, cool. All right, Silvana, go ahead.
Can you go back to the budget slide?
Yeah.
I was taking a note when you went over the budget, so I just want to take a look at that.
There we go.
Okay. Perfect. All right, that was all I needed. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Other questions, clarifications needed?
Maybe
Alrighty.
I'm just that good, Carl. Maybe I'm just that good.
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no, nice job. You got the I think I mentioned earlier, folks are getting their slides pretty well aligned with how we had to restructure the criteria. It was a little bit of a last minute mess, but yeah, nice job getting them labeled and everything. So great. Well, thanks. I don't see any other hands. We will move to your next project. Longview Park, but we're not in Longview. We're still in Moses Lake. Go. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Still, excellent. I'm gonna pass back control to you. Go ahead and click on the screen. Looks like it's working. Sweet.
Yep, I'm set.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning again. My name is still Doug Coots, and I am still the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake. I'm now here to present the City of Moses Lake Longview Park Development Project number 24-1969D. This project is phase 1 of development of vacant city land into a park. For those of you that are unfamiliar with us from my last presentation, Moses Lake is located in Grant County near the center of Washington State, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is still the largest city in Grant County, with a population of approximately 26,000 people. On this slide, the city limits are shaded in a transparent yellow with the UGA shaded transparent pink. The park location within the city is indicated by the red star. Longview Park is an undeveloped 5.6 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of State Route 17 on Longview Street. Note again, the city limits shaded in yellow and the UGA in pink. The vacant land in the UGA indicates that there could be increases in the population in this area in the next few years. The site is undeveloped land with shrub step habitat and some mounds and construction debris left from the neighborhood development. A master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase 1 of a multi-phase development of this property into a neighborhood park for this area. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for preschool-age children, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub step natural habitat, conifer buffer planting, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 1, need local priorities. The city of Moses Lake still uses 2 benchmarks for the parks within the city limits, a half-mile walk to a park and the NRPA median for our size of city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. This map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Longview site in yellow, other park sites in orange, the half-mile service area for the park shaded in blue. This shows that the development of a park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development for Moses Lake. The half-mile service area of the Longview Park, once developed, is shaded in purple. Second benchmark of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents is highlighted here in green. This table indicates that Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland per 1,000 residents, and it's highlighted here in yellow. The numbers for undeveloped parkland highlighted in red and total parkland highlighted in blue show information both with and without the inclusion of the 5.6 acre Longview property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding in the full build out of the plan for the 5.6 acre park would bring our developed parklands to 8.69 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. On a side note, if we develop both parks, it gets us to 9.12 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. In reviewing the SCORP data for the census tract, I did want to highlight that while this tract has a high amount of green space listed, it is geographically not accessible to this specific neighborhood. The neighborhood is cut off on the north side by railroad tracks and to the south by State Route 17, shown on the map here in red. Most of the available green space in this census tract is south of State Route 17, more than a half-mile walk away, and only accessible to this community via car. This slide shows 2 images. The first showing State Route 17 to the south, cutting off the community on the south end from the parkland below, and on the railroad tracks on the north beyond the ecology blocks, which cut it off to the north. The need for this specific park was identified in our 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, listed under goal number 5, enhance and expand quality park experiences. 5.1.L, consider site-specific master plans for, amongst other parks, Longview Park. Master plan was completed from fall of 2023 through spring of 2024 with input from the community, and it is the substance behind this application. Additionally, the entire Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan has been incorporated into the city's comprehensive plan by an annual amendment. So these plans are recognized in that document as well. Criteria 2, project scope. The site's existing features are as follows. The location was acquired to fill a gap in service area. The master plan process is identified in the city's planning documents for this specific park. The property is located in a lower income neighborhood and has some construction debris left from the development of the community. The remainder of the site is shrub step habitat. The overall master plan for this site is based on community feedback that we received in our design process, and it includes inclusive playgrounds for both preschool and school-age children, artificial turf playground surfacing, a modular pump track, a restroom with a drinking fountain, an open lawn play area with irrigation, a futsal court, a basketball court, a large picnic shelter with grill, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub step habitat, and a conifer buffer planting. This grant application is for phase 1 of this development. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, an inclusive playground for preschool age children, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub step natural habitat, conifer buffer planting, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 5, project design fit. The design is based on a physical survey of the site. All design elements were developed in the master plan process as directed by RWD Landscape Architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. The playgrounds are to be inclusive in design and to have synthetic turf playground surfacing. The design incorporates usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. Shrub step natural habitat is maintained on the collars of the project site as a pollinator habitat and to reduce irrigation needs. Conifer buffer planting will provide visual sound barriers to immediate neighbors and add shade as trees grow while not significantly increasing the irrigation needs. Phase 1 provides elements of the design that to the community that were identified in the community outreach. Criteria 6, project design budget. Cost estimates were generated by RWD Landscape Architects and include escalation for timeline in grant funding process, as well as taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. The project has been scaled down to phase 1 elements to meet a ceiling of $1.1 million in total project cost based on an LWCF grant, a WWRP local parks grant, and local match requirements. Annual maintenance costs for the park have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city with its current operation. Criteria 7, project engagement methods. Again, this project was specifically identified in the Moses Lake 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Some of the comments we received from the community in this proposed plan process: Longview area is very undeveloped and needs a better neighborhood. A park would greatly improve the area. The Longview Trails Blacks Addition area is underserved and needs a park. Criteria 7 and 8, project engagement, methods, and community. The City of Moses Lake and RWD Landscape Architects held an open house advertised through the local school, the homeowners associations, Facebook pages, and the city's webpage in both English and Spanish. Attendance at the open house, as you can see from the images, was not what the city hoped for. Some feedback was received, but it was determined that there were significant cultural and language barriers to the surrounding residents. So we made a little spin and pivoted. City staff arranged to visit the local school's 4th grade classes to gather feedback on the designs and the design elements. We received an incredible amount of feedback, and it was incorporated into the final master plan. Criteria 9, project engagement partnerships. Again, this project was identified as through the 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan through community involvement. We actually worked very well with the Moses Lake School District and Longview Elementary School. They are supportive of the project and were collaborative in the process. We distributed promotional materials in English and Spanish to the families enrolled at school, and they hosted us with all 6 4th grade classes to hold our open house with the students and the teachers. City staff presented this project design to local community service clubs, and we received additional letters of support from the Kiwanis Club, the Rotary Club, and the Boys and Girls Club of the Columbia Basin. Criteria 10, sustainability, ecological factors, maintenance of the shrub step habitat on the collars of the site of the project as native species and to minimize the impact and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands, as well as acting as a pollinator habitat. Minimizing the use of turf areas to those only deemed necessary to minimize the amount of watering with potable water to maintain the site. The drought tolerant conifer buffer planting between the park and neighboring community as a visual and sound barrier to immediate neighbors, as well as providing shade as the trees grow, while not significantly increasing irrigation needs. Social factors. The new park playground with open space provides recreational opportunities for this community, hemmed in by State Route 17 on one side and railroad tracks on the other. There are no additional park properties available within a half-mile walk of this site. The open lawn play area will act as a backyard to this community with little or no grass in most of the backyards of the neighborhood. It provides open space and in future phases, a large picnic shelter and grill for large community and family events. Economically, smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks in the city. And the annual maintenance costs for the park have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city in its current operation. Criteria 10, sustainability. Oh, already did that one. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. City is applying for 2 grants for phase 1 of this project, Land and Water Conservation Fund and WWRP Local Parks. Additional funds would come from the City of Moses Lake Parks Mitigation Account, which is funded by development in the city. This neighborhood is an economically disadvantaged area with no means of financially supporting the project, but the annual maintenance costs for this park have been calculated and can be accommodated by the city. This slide shows the property in its current state, the phase 1 plan and the full park master plan. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Doug. Roxanne, go ahead.
Great presentation, Doug. A couple quick questions. One is, what drove then your phase 1 selections for delivery, knowing that this has to be phased out? And 2, most of the lawns are all listed as temporary. So if you could speak to those 2, that'd be great.
Okay, so if you look at this drawing right here, the temporary lawn is where the picnic shelter and some of the playground will be. The darker green, that's the lighter green. The darker green is the permanent lawn. Okay. The decisions that drove our design was we wanted to have a usable park, number one. Once we were finished with phase 1, we wanted it to be available and usable by the community. That was extremely important. And we wanted to give them things that worked for them in what they were asking for. The number one thing that we were asked for was a playground. We had to choose between the preschool age and the school age. The school age kids for most of the year have the school that they go to where they have a playground during the day on Monday through Friday. So we decided to go with the preschool age playground for both sites because of that. So those are the kind of the decisions that drove this. It was giving them a usable property initially with phase 1 development.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Hi, Doug. Your parking for this site looks like it's going to be all on street. So I just want to confirm, are those roads accommodate on-street parking?
So the development of both these properties is as a neighborhood park, not as a community-wide park. So we did not include parking because this is a walkable park. There is on-street parking available on that street as needed, but most of this is designed to be for the community that is within a walkable distance of this park.
Got it. Thank you.
You bet.
Silvana, go ahead, and then Ann.
Just a quick question about access during or after phase 1. Is there, I noticed there's not like a pathway in phase 1. How will folks access the park?
So there is a short pathway. If you're looking the 2nd Street up from the bottom, or 3rd Street up from the bottom, there is a pathway. Sorry, 2nd, go back down, Carl, one more. 2nd Street there's a small pathway there, and there is a sidewalk that runs the entire length of the property on the park side of the property.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Beth.
Go ahead, Ann.
So my question is actually also about access. Looking at the aerial photo, looks like there's a barrier on the right side.
Yes.
What is going to be the access?
So that community is fenced in, and that is by their choice. Their access would be at the top of the screen, so closer to State Route 17. They have a driveway in there, and they would come around that way and walk down the sidewalk. That would be their access point to the park.
Okay, thank you.
Not to say that they couldn't decide in the future where that roadway is to put a gate in, but that would be at their discretion, not at ours. That's their community fence, not ours.
All right, thank you. Other thoughts or clarifications needed? All right, looks like we're good to go.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Good to see you. Take
Enjoy
care.
the rest of your week. I'm sure you're missing me greatly.
Oh, yeah. All right, talk to you later.
Have fun.
All right, moving back to Western Washington. Hey, Brian from Kent.
Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you all.
There we go. Can you see your PowerPoint there?
I sure can.
Excellent. All right, I'll give you control. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen. See if you can take that. Perfect.
Looks like I got it.
All right, well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Brian Higgins, and I'm the Senior Parks Capital Project Manager for the City of Kent Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. I'm here today to present the Uplands Extension Acquisition Project. The City of Kent is located in South King County, 18 miles south of Seattle. Kent is the sixth largest city in the state with a population of approximately 136,000 and is the fifth most diverse city in the U.S. of its size. Kent is bordered by the cities of Renton, Covington, Auburn, Federal Way, Des Moines, SeaTac, and Tukwila. The Uplands Extension acquisition site is located in downtown Kent, denoted by the yellow star. Uplands Extension is located in the heart of downtown Kent, just east of Highway 167 in a rapidly redeveloping area. This property is one of the last large parcels of open space available to serve the active recreational needs of residents in this area. Uplands Extension is a 1.33 acre parcel shown on this map with the yellow outline. It is located adjacent to King County's Interurban Regional Trail, which runs from the city of Tukwila to the city of Pacific. This property is currently owned by the Union Pacific Railroad and contains a skate park that was built by the city in 1997. The city maintains the property and pays $3,000 per year to lease the property from the railroad. This overhead image gives you a better view of the project area. As you can see in this image, a portion of the skate park was built on Puget Sound Energy property. The city has a limited use agreement with Puget Sound Energy to construct and maintain park improvements on their property. This agreement dates to 1996 and was updated in 2019. Further, we have asked the railroad if we could construct new park improvements on the leased land, including expanding the skate park and adding a bicycle pump track. The railroad has told us that no further improvements would be allowed on the leased land. Criteria 1, public need. Located in the heart of downtown Kent, Uplands Extension stands out as one of the last remaining undeveloped sizable green spaces. To the north of Uplands Park is Commons Neighborhood Park, site of our community garden with 60 garden plots. In downtown Kent, several small parks and plazas exist, most under a half acre in size. Also nearby are Kent Memorial Park and Hogan Park. These parks are athletic complexes with the primary uses being baseball and soccer. As you can see, sizable open space that could be developed into active use park space is very limited. The 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan identifies 3 projects for the Uplands Extension project site, including expanding Lion Skate Park, adding new interurban trailhead amenities, and the addition of a bicycle pump track. This acquisition would allow us to accomplish multiple goals in our Parks and Open Space Plan. As part of the 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan, Kent Parks undertook a parks equity analysis for the entire city. This analysis looked at race and ethnicity characteristics, socioeconomic factors, and health factors in the city. Areas with higher need are shown in brighter colors. As you can see, the areas surrounding the Uplands Extension project site is an area where additional equitable investment in new recreational amenities is needed. In addition, this project is located in a match reduction area where the median household income is below $57,680. Population growth in Kent is continuing. Shown here is a zoning map for the area surrounding Uplands Extension. The yellow star is showing the project location. Shown in red is the urban center zoning. This zoning allows for the construction of up to 7-story multifamily apartment buildings. Pictured to the right are 2 new buildings within 1 block of the project site that opened within the last few years. As demand for new housing in Kent and specifically in our downtown increases, this type of redevelopment will continue and in turn bring a lot of new residents to the area. This will put an ever-increasing pressure on our existing parkland to provide for the needs of this growth, making this acquisition critical. In a 1-mile radius of the Uplands Extension, there are 5 other census tracts. Total population of these tracts is approximately 28,000 people. As you can see, the need for additional park space is high. The City of Kent's Economic and Community Development's Office most recent comprehensive plan update estimates that in the next 20 years, a total of 3,500 new units will be built in this area shown on the map. This will bring many new residents to downtown Kent and continue to put increasing pressure on our park system to provide active recreation. Criteria 2, project scope. Uplands Extension is a 1.33-acre open space property located in downtown Kent. Topography is mostly flat and the existing amenities at the site include Lion Skate Park, built in 1997. This property is located adjacent to the Union Pacific Railroad line and next to the Interurban Regional Trail. This acquisition would allow the city to end lease payments to the Union Pacific Railroad and provide land for us to expand active recreational opportunities on this property for the growing population in downtown Kent. The intended uses of the site after acquisition would be for a larger skate park, bicycle pump track, interurban trailhead amenities, and open passive use space. Criteria 3, immediacy of threat. Currently, the city pays $3,000 per year in lease payments to the railroad. The railroad has recently informed us that they want to raise the lease rate to a market rate, which they have stated could be around $100,000 per year. However, no formal number has been agreed on. If this increase were to occur and the city is unable to purchase land, we would be in a situation where we would need to remove the skate park and stop using the land. And this is not something that we want to see happen. As an example of the railroad raising lease rates on us, we can look to the property directly to the south. The city used to lease this small strip of land that runs the length of the Uplands Playfield Park from the railroad. In 2017, the railroad raised the lease rates from $1,500 per year to $25,000 per year. The city determined that it was in our best interest to terminate this lease, and we relocated the fence you see pictured and moved it about 25 feet to the west. Criteria 4, site suitability. Uplands Extension is being used as a park today. The site is open and flat. It is adjacent to the King County Interurban Regional Trail, making access by bike and on foot convenient. Additionally, this property is located right next to James Street Park and Ride in Kent. This park and ride serves 5 bus routes. Further, this project site is located within easy walking distance of downtown Kent and nearby housing. This property is ideally situated to meet the growing demands of our population. And again, the city has an ongoing use agreement with PSE for use of their property for park purposes. To further illustrate site suitability, we put together a schematic plan to illustrate how the site might be developed in the future. Shown on this plan is an expanded skate park, space for a bike pump track, and unprogrammed lawn space. These are all recreation activities that residents told us they wanted during the 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan. Criteria 7, project engagement. During the 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan, significant engagement was conducted citywide on a variety of park projects and initiatives. The city undertook a statistically valid survey that had 434 responses. Same survey questions were also available on a general survey that had over 300 responses. We worked with several community-based organizations on outreach to people they serve. We held several pop-up events and engaged with the community in various other ways. After compiling the results of the community responses from the engagement, we built a list of projects and property acquisitions to meet the needs of the community. The specific needs related to this acquisition project that were identified in the Parks and Open Space Plan were to expand use at Lions Skate Park, construct a bicycle pump track, and offer unprogrammed lawn space. Criteria 8, community engagement. One question in our statistically valid survey asked respondents to rate their level of support with potential actions the city could continue to take or enhance to improve the city's park system. In the top 4 responses were 1, that the city should continue to repair and renovate existing park facilities, and that 2, we should purchase land for natural resource protection and conservation for future generations. This acquisition project clearly aligns with this feedback we received during this process. Criteria 9, project partnerships. General land acquisition projects, community partnerships are rare. Our existing partnerships with King County Parks related to management of the Interurban Trail and Puget Sound Energy for use of their property do enhance this acquisition by providing ready access to the project site. During future development phases, these partners would play a role in project development. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. Cost efficiencies for this project are 1, purchasing the land and removing the yearly lease costs will save the city money and avoid any future unknown cost increases. And 2, our limited use agreement with Puget Sound Energy allows for use of their property for park improvements without cost to the city. And 3, our use of the King County Metro Park and Ride lot for parking eliminates the need for any parking lot development and provides ready access to the property. Thanks for listening.
Great, thank you, Brian. All right, any questions or clarifications needed? Roxanne, go ahead.
Brian, you noticed the easements that are already on the property, so would those preclude Puget Sound Energy or the railroad from doing anything else with the property than making it open and publicly accessible?
I don't think so. It's hard to say. Obviously the King County has their agreement with PSE for the use of the trail, and that's been there for a really long time. So I don't see that use changing. If the railroad retains the property and maybe we're not able to purchase it, I don't know what might happen in the future. But yeah, I don't have any idea about what other things the railroad might do over here. So.
And there's no residual easements or covenants that would keep the level of development you're talking about being done?
No, the only
ownership?
thing, the only thing that the railroad would put on the thing is that you couldn't like take it and develop housing on it or a school or something like that. But nothing that we would do. They had, we discussed that with them, and there was nothing that would preclude our development of the site. We just have to stay 50 feet from the edge of the track, basically.
Thank you.
Yep.
Would that new property line then be at that 50-foot mark?
It is, yeah. So the triangle is roughly approximately about 50 feet. I actually had to get it surveyed, but it's pretty close. So
yeah, okay. Cool. Silvana, go ahead.
I think I remember you saying that Puget Sound Energy didn't want you to do any expansions or further development.
it was the railroad that said we couldn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry if
Got
that was
it.
confusing.
No, that's okay. We're all good now.
Because we wanted to kind of do the work without acquiring the property, but they said no. So
yeah. So as a result, you'd end up owning this triangle, but you still lease from PSE?
we don't lease it. We just have a use agreement with them.
Oh, use agreement. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
it's a complex area, but it's kind of like our only open space in downtown, so it's worth it to go through the complexities.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right. Any other questions or clarifications needed? All right. Well, thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, there's one more from Kent. If you want to just do that one right now, or do folks feel like they want to take a break and what do you think?
I'm fine with hearing it now.
Now
Good.
works for me.
Okay, well, let's do that, and then because it looks like Carrie is here, and of course Brian's still here, so let's do that, and then we'll take a break. So,
Hello.
okay, good morning, Carrie. There we go, Uplands Playfield, right across the street from the other one. All right, let me. Find you. There you are. Okay.
Hey, Carrie,
All right.
did you want to come in the office here or not?
Yeah, let me switch
Okay.
with Brian.
Yeah, we're going to
fast
switch
at the desk.
places.
Oh, okay. Let me take.
Thank you. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Lovely.
All right. So go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to control that now. Good.
Lovely.
All right. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. Hello, good morning. I am Carrie O'Connor, Park Planner with the City of Kent Parks Department. I am here today to present on the Uplands Playfield and Spray Park project. The City of Kent is in South King County, 18 miles south of Seattle. Kent is the 6th largest city in the state with a population of approximately 136,000 and is the 5th most diverse city in the US of its size. Kent is bordered by Renton, Covington, Auburn, Federal Way, Des Moines, SeaTac, and Tukwila. The Uplands Playfield project site is in downtown Kent, denoted by the yellow star. As we zoom in, here on the map are all the nearby parks. Shown here are Hogan Park and Kent Memorial Park, both highly programmed baseball fields, as well as Kent Commons and Community Garden, and many small pocket parks that do not meet the recreation or open space needs of the dense population within the downtown area. Uplands Playfield and Spray Park is an underutilized but centrally located in Kent. It is equidistant between the population centers of both East and West Hills, as well as many multifamily housing developments in downtown. Shown here, Kent has one fountain at Town Square Plaza being used as a spray park. This fountain is 15 years old. It is failing mechanically, and it was never designed to be used as a spray feature. Because of these things, Kent residents have to leave the city in order to find other spray parks. Oops. Here you can see Uplands Playfield and Spray Park as it stands today. The 1.9 acre project area is in the heart of downtown Kent, just east of Highway 167. You can see in this photo that the park is underdeveloped and underused. It is also unprogrammed, but a great location to serve Kent's population. Additionally, this is a rapidly redeveloping area. Criteria 1, local priorities, need. During the 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan, the statistically valid survey that the Kent community found that the Kent community wanted a spray park. The recreation program plan statistically valid survey put water play as a top 10 priority. The comprehensive plan determined that cooling areas and urban heat mitigation areas are needed. And the climate and sustainability plan calls for a splash park as action item CRA2. This image is a component of the 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan Equity Analysis and Story Map. The analysis considered race and ethnicity characteristics, socioeconomic factors, and health factors within the city to determine where park acquisition, development, and redevelopment needs are highest. The areas of brighter colors are the areas of highest need. Clearly the area surrounding this project is an area where investment would be equitable and meet the highest need. Kent's population continues to grow and will do so. Here you can see the land use classes from the Kent zoning code. The red is the urban core, which allows for up to 7-story multifamily buildings, which directly circle the project area, starred in yellow. The zoning code accommodates this level of density because there is a high demand for housing in Kent, especially downtown. Recently, 2 multifamily developments have been completed adjacent to the park. This level of development will continue to increase, and with it the need for quality recreation space in downtown. As more families without backyards move in, there will be an ever-increasing need for park development. Shown within the red 1-mile radius, there are 5 census tracts with a population of 28,000 people living adjacent to the park. Through research done by the Kent's ongoing comprehensive plan update, the estimates for the next 20 years are that 3,500 units will be constructed within that red circle. These units and the residents moving in will continue to increase pressure on the limited parks in downtown Kent. As a reminder, this is what the park looks like today, with limited recreation value, limited topography, and the only existing amenities are T-ball backstops. Criteria 2, project scope. The project will build a new spray park and replace our fountain, as well as build a children's play area, open lawn and entry plaza, shelter and restrooms, stormwater facilities, and walking paths. Criteria 5, project design fit. Shown here is a general proposal for the development layout. The fuchsia are entry plazas, the dark blue restrooms and shelters, light blue on the north is the proposed spray park, and right below it the children's play area, and an open lawn. Through public engagement, the community helped us locate and right-size these features. Draft designs are being done as we speak. Highlighted across the street is a King County Park and Ride, for which we are in negotiations with King County Metro for a parking agreement. Additional ADA parking adjacent to the park on 7th Ave will make options for parking that are highly accessible for walking, biking, and transit. Criteria 6, project design budget. The budget estimate was completed in partnership between the city and Site Workshop, a local landscape architect firm with years of experience designing and building splash parks in the greater Seattle region. The cost estimate for the project is $6.3 million, which would include all the proposed site amenities previously shown. This project does include site design and permitting, and as you can see from the timeline, the project will be construction ready in the beginning of 2026. Criteria 7, project engagement method. During the 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan, significant engagement was conducted citywide on a variety of projects and initiatives. The city undertook a statistically valid survey, a general survey, worked with several community-based organizations, and held pop-up events, all to engage the community in a variety of ways. After compiling the results, we built a list of priority projects to meet the needs of the community. As you can see from this chart, the project will incorporate 7 of the high priority items told to us by our community, the stars in yellow. Criteria 8, project engagement community. In June of 2024, we kicked off the project-specific engagement. A survey was conducted in the top 6 languages, including Arabic, Chinese, English, Punjabi, Spanish, and Tagalog. We tabled at community events, farmers markets, the library, schools, summer concerts, and with community-based organizations, all to reach as many community members as possible. We engaged 1,437 people in 2 months. Our next step is to complete multiple designs for our splash event this Saturday, August 24th, where the community will help the city decide which design we will move forward to technical drawing. During round 1 of engagement in June, we had 2 activities. The first was a Design Your Park, where we asked participants to design the best park layout with tiles, amenity tiles. The second activity helped right-size these amenities. We asked participants to fill cups as a representation of what they wished to see for each amenity. Then the water was added to a community bucket. This showed the participant where their individual ideas fit within a community. Criteria 9, project engagement, partnership. Engagement is being done in partnership with many organizations. The King County Library Kent Downtown Branch has been a great partner, letting us set up interactive engagement activities in the lobby so the community can participate whenever they have time. Additionally, the Kent YMCA has partnered with us during community events to promote the project and recreational opportunities for all. Criteria 10, sustainability. Today, Uplands Playfield and Spray Park has limited recreation value, which will increase through sustainability practices and implementation. A purpose-built spray park would be better and more efficient than our current system. The Kent Park's Climate and Resiliency and Sustainability Plan calls for water use reduction as part of this project. There is an opportunity to increase native biodiversity at the site through planting and enhancement of the stormwater areas of the park. Building shade structures and planting trees will reduce the urban heat effect. And this park is accessible by 5 bus lines and a short walk from a regional transit center, reducing vehicle trips. Criteria 11, cost efficiency. The Town Square Plaza fountain is our current splash pad system. Designed to be a fountain only 15 years ago, but it is currently used as a splash pad. Transition from this fountain design to a purpose-built spray park will be the biggest cost efficiency. It will reduce the time and expenses incurred by a fountain being used as a spray pad and the regular mechanical failures of that system. Additionally, a new system would be more energy and water efficient, as well as easier to manage and regulate, reducing both staff and outside vendor repair time and costs. We are co-working with both King County and Puget Sound Energy to enhance the connection between their properties and the Uplands Playfield and Spray Park, creating interagency cost efficiencies. We will also apply for any additional grants as they become available. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. Okay. Questions or clarifications needed from committee? Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. It was a great presentation. I was wondering if you could give me context for the proximity of the old fountain that's kind of used as the splash pad now to where the proposed spray feature is going to be.
From this picture, it is approximately 3 blocks to the east.
Oh, okay.
If you go back to the downtown park slide that had at the very beginning there, it had, we could point out there. Yeah, so actually that's a good one, Carl.
Right.
Going too quick.
Which
Right
one?
there where it says Town Square Plaza, that one that
Oh,
yep,
right,
right there. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Roxanne, go ahead.
Yeah, can I see the site design again in terms of the location of the splash pad and the restroom? I know you were talking about parking, which becomes huge with a spray pad, and how you bring that in. Are there things with the site that are forcing the location of the spray feature and restroom at that end of the park compared to the other end, or Just talk about the
Yes.
drivers of the layout a little bit.
Yeah, so this is just the initial layout that we have put together. There are more detailed ones coming. They are being worked on currently, as I
the
said, but mostly it's that the utilities are at the north end of the park.
Yeah, the sewer and the water utilities are both in Smith Street, and so that's really driving the location of it for just ease of construction and length of running all the utilities if we were to locate it somewhere further. And Carrie's correct, we're still kind of in this early schematic phase, so where it lands isn't exactly known, but it's somewhere in that area.
Right. And there used to be a ball field on that, so is that being relocated? Was it not used?
So there are two T-ball fields and they have not been used or programmed by Kent Parks or anyone for about 10 years. So we have, as I said, Carl, can you go up a couple of slides
Back.
towards the top of the presentation?
Was that overview slide with the other parks
Yeah.
in
One
the
more.
introduction?
Oh, keep going, sorry. One more. Promise. There we go. So you see the two parks here with the blue diamonds. Those are highly programmed, used baseball fields, and they are currently programmed and will continue to be so. So we're not losing any of our baseball programming.
And these are, due to the size of that field, those are really only able to be used for T-ball because of the size restrictions. So that was all we ever really had there.
Right, thank you.
Go ahead, Anne, and then Jill.
I think I heard from the end of the presentation that the fountain, you said the fountain's about 3 blocks away, and that would be discontinued and replaced with this new splash pad. Is that correct?
So as a splash pad, it would continue being a fountain. It will probably be decommissioned as it is mechanically failing. But yes, this would be the replacement product.
Okay. And then you talked about there are some other splash pads outside of the city. Do you know the distance to the nearest one?
The one in Angle Lake is approximately 14 miles. It's
Okay.
right near the light rail station.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Jill.
You had a slide on your proposed parking. I understand that you're working with the utility PSC to secure that, but and also for the park and ride across the way. Can you show me
Yes.
where yeah, so your ADA would be the yellow triangle.
That little, yep, that little yellow one adjacent to the parking lot.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Other questions or any clarifications needed? All right, looks like we're all good. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks. I miss you
Thank you.
guys. Miss being on the committee.
Yeah. Have a great day. We'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, now we've arrived at a break. What is it, 10, 12 about? Let's come back at 10:30 and about 5 minutes ahead, and we'll move on with City of McCleary. Hey, Lon, you want to reach out and make sure that McCleary can be here about 5 minutes early?
I'll check with them.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Good morning, Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, but let me turn you up just a little bit more.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, as I recall, you're the mayor of McCleary, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, thank you so much for being here. You have the next two projects.
Yes.
Are you going to be presenting both of these?
Yes, I am.
Okay, awesome. All right, I'm gonna pull this up for you and then I'll pass you controls if you'd like, or I could advance slides, whatever works for you.
No, I'll take it. Yeah.
Okay.
That way you can just kick back and watch.
Yes, exactly. And I can sip on my coffee and
Exactly.
enjoy the show.
You all already have the hard job today. You know, I'm sure your brains are fried after each one of these. And try to go through this for an entire week. I feel for you. I really do.
It's a long week, but it's pretty fun seeing projects from all over the state. And
Oh, yes.
we do take a lot of breaks, so we kind of try to refresh and get away from the screen. So, all right. Well, I'm going to turn off my video so I'm not distracting as I move around back here and pass you control. So go ahead and click on the screen and you should be able to take that. There we go.
Okay, good.
All right. We'll go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you for allowing us to present, well, both of our projects back to back today. I'm Chris Miller. I'm the mayor for the city of McCleary. This first one is our beer bar project. It's a kind of a renovation and addition mixed together. So our park is in the central part of the city, right next to the city hall and some of our other more denser developed areas, about 7.7 acres. Now it doesn't want to move. Oh, there we go. A little slow. So just so you have an idea, if you're not familiar with where McCleary is, we're right there in that top corner. North of that we're literally a mile right around the corner from the Mason County line, and we're 3 miles from the Thurston County line. So we're kind of right there in that pocket. So on the one on the right, you can see that box. That's where Beer Bar Park is. Just for a little bit of orientation, literally south, it touches it is where our city hall and our public works and all those facilities are. And that big development area to the west, to the left, that's the Simpson door plant. So what we're trying to do is renovate this park. We do have a playground and we have a basketball and a pickleball court, but everything's really in poor condition, not doing great. And so we're trying to revitalize that, add some other key pieces, because we're trying to create more opportunities for people in town. We do have a sidewalk that goes to the west, but we're limited on ADA accessibility. So it's extremely prohibitive for anybody who needs the ADA compliance to get around anywhere in the park. So some of the things we're looking at adding, the electronic readboard sign, creating a path so we complete the path that goes all the way around. That's something we were working on with the Summit Pacific Medical Center that's diagonally across the street. It helps them. They're trying to promote the blue zones and get more people involved and out. The reason why we need that is we don't have much sidewalk space or walkability trails or anything within the city. So we're trying to provide a safe area for people to go so that they can get out and get more physically active. Restroom rehabilitation, the kiosks, resurfacing our pickleball and basketball courts are in poor condition. The water fountain that doesn't work, parking lot, and then add some more ADA compliant tables. So our pickleball and basketball court, you can see right there. It shows there's the white lines for the 3 pickleball courts. We only have one that's I'll say semi-serviceable because the asphalt going through there is cracking. So we don't have a complete court. And then the basketball court is right below that to the south. The restroom is not ADA compliant. That's that building on the far south at the bottom of the picture. The building itself is fine. It's the infrastructure or the plumbing all the internal stuff. We've had repeated problems. We're constantly having to fix it, backups. We want to revitalize that and make it ADA compliant. We have that softball field. It's a hardened surface, but we're pushing it off to later because that's going to be its own kind of a phase two. There's going to be a lot of work that has to be done to refix that. And we want to fix the ADA accessibility gaps throughout the park to make it accessible all the way around. We completed 2 surveys that are part of our Parks and Rec plan. This is obviously being it's the only park we have. It's central to everything we're trying to do. So 7 acre, it's all flat surface. It does get marshy in the back areas in the winter times, but it's flat. It's accessible for the most part. We have a memorial garden for a young child we lost years ago. The softball field, the restroom, the kitchen, and you'll see a picture. It's a train and fire station setup of something we used to have a long time ago. So we're trying to rehabilitate the playground. Most of the equipment's fine. There's a couple of key pieces that are getting on the borderline and not safe. And we also have some extra space, so we want to add a couple things in there. Obviously, resurface the pickleball and basketball courts with tile surfacing to make it less better for the impact on the body, and hopefully it'll last longer, since the companies we've been talking to, warranties are at least 15 years, but they last much longer. So I broke the park into 4 different phases, as suggested before. So this is the northwest corner. This is where our playground is and the memorial garden. So we're going to renovate the park playground. There's about 3, maybe 4 pieces, but at least 3 pieces of equipment that we need to replace because they're borderline on the unsafe side of things. And then I add a couple other extra pieces to broaden physical abilities and such like that. Resurface the pickleball and basketball courts, the circular pathway. So that previous screen where you saw the sidewalk was broken up, that's the north end of the park. So we're trying to replace that, and it'll continue on the entire north section. And you'll see in the next picture as it goes across towards the First Street. Make sure that everything's ADA compliant. That's where those yellow triangles are, because right now there is very limited accessibility. It's all in the southeast portion of the park for accessibility, because that was the newest renovation we did a few years ago. And then the parking lot resurfacing, just trying to fix it, restripe. So the northeast portion is where we want to put the community garden. It's accessible. There's parking availability. It's also close to our low-income apartments that are really right there on the north end of the park. So it creates opportunity for everybody. Plus, to the east, you'll see that wooded area. That's about 38 acres. There's a projected, they keep going back and forth. They don't know if it's going to be houses or multifamily, but there's going to be development over there once they decide what they want to put in. So it creates a lot of opportunity. And then you can see the pathway that continues going around. And then we're going to add a couple park benches and ADA compliant picnic tables. The southwest portion of the park, that's the restroom renovation. Like I said, the building structure is fine. We're just doing all the plumbing and the connections, so we don't have the constant repairs that we're having to do. The electronic reboard on the corner is something that we wanted to address, because when we do have activities in the park, for example, our annual Bear Festival, it's been difficult trying to advertise to people what's going on. So having it on the corner, since it's a state highway, 108 goes right through there. It's our main road. We have a lot of traffic that goes through between Elma, Aberdeen side to Shelton side. So it creates a lot of visible opportunity to show people. Replace the kiosks. The maps and everything are fine. It's just the structure themselves. The wood is rotting that we want to replace. Water fountain, it's not ADA compliant or accessible or as easily, and it doesn't even work anymore. Parking lot, and then add some landscaping and park and picnic benches. As you can see, the south, our public works is right there. So we have conveniently of when we're bringing all this equipment, all the staging is actually going to be on our campus and not necessarily in the park unless they're actively working on a project. And then the southeast side, that's continuing that pathway, and this comes around to where the that triangle is where our food bank is and the park kitchen. So that's where it'll end up, where it'll meet up to the other side. So here's a budget breakdown that we do. Here's a picture of the water fountain that no longer works. We couldn't rehabilitate it, so it just needs to be replaced. And you can see one of the kiosks right behind there, the poles that, like I said, the map is fine. I didn't get a broader picture, but the poles, the setup itself needs to be replaced. So we did the research to rehabilitate the restroom, to the pathways, the garden, landscaping improvements. The reason why we can keep that cost down. So a lot of this work we're going to be able to do ourselves. We're just trying to get the pieces we need. For example, the pickleball and basketball court. Our public works crew can do the resurfacing. We just need to buy the materials, and then we can. We're able to put it all together. The company's going to be able to come out and then show us how to do that. But it's almost like, I'm going to say, like Legos. They're very simple to put together once you get going. Site preparation or cultural resources all the way down. So I took two segments pertaining to just Bierbauer, because our Parks and Rec plan is pretty robust. So you can see sidewalks and pathways is huge in this town. We just don't have that kind of accessibility. The Bierbauer Park playground obviously is very high. One thing I didn't point out earlier is our swing set is actually newer, but when they put it in place, it's too close to the other structure. So one of the things we need to do is expand our playground out another 20 feet. They'll take it all the way to the entrance of the basketball court. But then that way there's the proper spacing, because it's an 8-foot swing and not a 6-foot. And that way we have the proper spacing per the regulations. So we did two different surveys. I conducted these in 2018 and 2020. So we had a pretty good response rate for a town our size. And we adopted it in May 2022. And like I said, Bierbauer is central to the community. Whatever events we do have, we rent out the park at times. Sometimes we have the kids' sports, the park kitchen, but our annual Bear Festival is the biggest thing we have every July. So as you can see on the picture, that's what the tile court would look like. And then there's a smaller piece of those connectivities of how they put it together. We have a lot of support from the Summit Pacific Medical Center, which is the hospital and part of the hospital district for East Grays Harbor. They're really pushing a lot of the Blue Zone initiatives because they've just been coming in the last year and a half into Grays Harbor. We're considered, and I got a slide coming up, one of the more unhealthiest counties in the entire state. The Timberland Regional Library, our manager, who actually lives in town as well, she does a lot of story times in the park, whether it's her personally doing reading or they do the breakdown of their books, and they create trails and paths throughout the park. So it creates a lot of spacing and opportunities. And then sometimes they'll do other events in conjunction with other people. And then the McCleary School District, they're trying to work on a joint partnership. I got them together with YMCA to bring back summer activities and get more of the after school stuff. And a lot of that's going to be more at the park than it will be at the school district, which is just a half mile up the hill. So here's some of the demographics I wanted to include just so you can see. Like I said, we're considered one or a top two of the most unhealthiest counties in the entire state, because we just don't have a lot of recreational opportunities other than fishing. And I got this from the Department of Health's website. So this shows how you can see that ranking index on the right. We're at an 8, showing the unhealthiest aspect, and which leads to those other cardiac, diabetes, other health factors because of our limited availability for recreational opportunities and physical engagement. So here's a picture of the restroom. What we're trying to do is with our landscaping is include more native species and pollinators to attract more bees, which also flowers and beautifies the place, improve our physical activities. We want to maximize our current infrastructure by replacing some of the components and reduce future cost repairs, primarily the restroom, but other aspects as well. And there's a picture of the park. You can see the swing set, and that's why you can see how it's too close. So that grass area on the near side is going to come out where we're going to expand it down 20 feet. The city already owns the property, so we don't have to do anything extra. We already have the utility on the site, so that'll make it a lot easier. We have our own power utility, so anything on the electrical side, we can take care of internally. We don't have to contract any of that stuff out. So the only thing we really have to contract out is we're going to have the playground equipment company do the actual installation just to make sure that that part is done properly and safely. Otherwise, our public works crew is going to be able to take care of everything else in this project. And then it's going to create opportunities for future development throughout the park as we continue working on this down the road. And there's a picture of our train and our fire engine. Thank you for letting me present today.
All right, thank you. Questions for Anne? Go ahead.
Thank you. So you said this is the only park in town.
Yes.
What's the distance to the next nearest park? Like in another
7
town?
miles.
7 miles. Okay.
7.5. Yeah, it's the next park over is in Elma.
Okay. And then on your budget, how did you determine those numbers?
Part of it was trying to do evaluation based on, for like the sidewalk, I had to go out and measure the distance of what we were doing. And then we would get with vendors to figure out what those costs. We talked to a few different vendors to try to get, and they were like the tile surfacing, the sidewalks, they were all around the same number. There wasn't really that drastic a difference, which helped. So then I didn't have to try to figure out, am I just going lowest cost or try to middle? They were around literally within dollars, about the same amount.
Okay.
The equipment, like benches and that kind of stuff, I just looked on websites, and like I said, they were all about the same price because it was the same type of equipment. And then the landscaping improvements, I just looked at what we normally would spend getting flowers and stuff like that. For example, the Elma High School, their FFA and horticulture program, they do our flower baskets, so we can get a lot of from them internally.
Okay, then last question is, in Prism, it shows some private grants, but you didn't talk about that. And that would help with your cost efficiencies.
Yes. So one of the ones we're working at, we've been talking to, we just had to wait, was for the pickleball court, AARP. They have potentially a $30,000 grant that we're going for. And then the other one was for the playground. I had to wait till next spring to apply, because if we did this year, I'd had to buy the equipment by September. So the playground equipment companies, they have their own grant, which could be up to 50% of the cost of the equipment itself. And I've also talked to, we have 2 local foundations. One would be for 35,000, the other one at least 15, but it was undetermined. They said we could probably get more, and we just started talking to them because I wasn't even aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Go ahead, Silvana, and then Jill.
I've got 2 questions here. So timeline wise, when would you be ready to start construction if you were awarded the grant?
Some of the construction will be ready to start next summer, because it's simple. We can already have the pre-bidding. So for example, like the sidewalk pass, our public works can start cutting out the pathway, and then we would contract out to actually put the sidewalk in, but we can already have all those bids in place. The playground equipment, we'd have to finalize that grant once we get it ordered, but we can already have that scheduled with them because I've been talking to them quite a bit. So we can get that done probably the end of next summer to fall. But there are a few things we weren't sure, like when the tiling, they couldn't actually say, trying to project a year from now, when the tiling would be available. So if the tiling showed up too late, we wouldn't want to start doing that in the winter. So we'd probably wait till the following late spring before we started actually putting that in.
Okay. And then the other question I have is around project engagement. If we can go back to that slide, I don't remember which, there we go. Okay. When did you get any demographics back on your survey that show that the responses kind of reflect your community, or anything like that? Or did you guys make any special efforts to reach out to populations that are underserved?
Are you trying to make sure I understand? Are you talking about like within the city of McCleary, or?
Yeah.
So yeah, one of the things we did when I set up both surveys, they're similar, was they identify whether they lived in town or if they were the greater, like just outside county area, but outside city limits, or they live somewhere else completely. Maybe they're on like western side of Grays Harbor. We did have some outliers, but almost all of the responses were people who actually lived in the city. For the most part, I would say our entire community is underserved in one way or another. For example, we're a one school K-8 school district, and everybody is on school lunch, the free school lunch program. So every way we've looked at it, our demographics, I know we have a lot of state workers, so then it looks like our median income is higher, but it's kind of you have everybody up here, and then you have a whole bunch of people way down here. A lot of fixed income, a lot of low income family. Like we only have two apartment complexes, and they're both low income type Section 8 type housing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information.
Go ahead, Joe.
Chris, you reference a park and recreation plan that was adopted in 2022. Is this project ranked in a priority in that plan? Did I miss that?
Ooh. I want to say yes, but that's no one's ever asked that question before, so it's not something I thought about. I know the park itself is high because everything in town revolves around the park because of its location. So we didn't try to remember how it is. The park is referenced in a few different places in our plan specifically, but like with this, when I was doing the survey, I was breaking down individual aspects. So I wasn't saying, hey, like we included, do you use Bierbauer Park? Because we also have a playground. It's not that great, but we have one in our community center to the west, towards the west exit by the cemetery. And so it's kind of like, do you use this or do you use that? And obviously, for us, everybody goes to Bierbauer because of the central location and accessibility and parking.
Got it. Yeah, that helps us in our scoring of knowing that your community has prioritized this project and what it is. So just for future reference.
Okay.
What is your population?
We're just over 2,000, 2040.
Okay. And then I know that this was asked, and I don't know if I have, you don't have the 2 grants in hand, but you're applying for those grants. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Because if we put in for them, we had to use them by a certain time. So after discussing with them, I had to delay until we knew closer if we're going to get this, then I can start that process.
Got it.
So we potentially have 4 different grants we can apply for.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from folks or clarifications you need? Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you. We can move to your next one. Summit. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. And pass controls back to you. Go ahead and click on the screen. Should
Okay.
work.
Well, thank you again. So this is from the south end facing north. We have a 3/4 of an acre lot, and I'll show you what's on there. It's just an open field right now. We didn't have any plan for it. Our lift station for the sewer system is on the north end. And so we wanted to turn this into something. Again, so you can see it's at the north end. These are newer developments that started in early 2000s. There's approximately 135 houses up in that area, but it also includes out in the county, just north of this, there's other housing developments near the airfield, and there's a lot of development in the county side going on right now. And just to the east, there's that wooded area north of the highway. That's 108 going out to Shelton. That is still projected to be annexed in and developed up to 162 more houses. So our challenge, what we've had, is if you're up in this development and you are a one vehicle home, there's no accessibility to get the beer bower. If that, like, say one person's at work and you're at home with the kids, you can't get down there because it's a state highway. There's no sidewalk, there's no trail, so they're isolated and cut off. So one of the things we identified, and I'll go with this a little bit later, in our Parks and Rec plan was adding pocket parks in certain key locations of our city. So here's a closer view. You can see this is the bottom we call Summit 1, the top area we call Summit 2. The east part that's still wooded, that's the area where they're projecting the future housing, 162 homes. This piece, like I said, it's just an open field. And there's, with all the housing, we're trying to develop something that's more accessible for them up in this area. And just with some basic things, basic playground, restroom, something simple, a shade structure, nothing too extravagant, but just something so they have accessibility to the basics. So, as I said, currently there's nothing on site other than our lift station. We want to create ADA accessibility. There is a sidewalk that goes all the way around it. So the walkability to get there is easy to get to for the people who live in that community. This does go into the 2 surveys that we had taken to address the pocket parks that we asked about specifically, because this is one of other locations. We just decided to start with this one, because they're cut off, and 2, because we already own the property, so it wasn't an acquisition project that we had to do. So this is a diagram from the playground equipment company of what it could potentially look like, just some of the drawings. We want to add ADA compliant, ADA compliant background, playground and servicing, accessible restroom. It'll be within walking distance, even for not just in the city, but those who are in the immediate area, like up by the airfield, out in the county areas, because there's walkability to get to this particular location in the north end of the area. And then some basic landscaping, ADA compliant picnic tables and benches and such. And then put a barrier fence around it to try to better protect the playground area. So this is just kind of a quick layout of what we're trying to do to put this together. 2 different playground areas. One would be more that 2 to 5. The other one would be a 5 to 12. So that way we can have different types. They would be a little more separated in their age group locations. The blue would be the restroom. The yellow at the top would be a shade structure with a couple of picnic tables underneath. The yellow lines going along, that's along the sidewalk. That would be the fencing barrier, some benches and such. And then we want to add parking at the bottom. So that way, because we're going to add different types of equipment here, other people who are in other parts of the town would have the accessibility to come here and also participate. And we're also connecting those who are in the north end of town with others in town, get people to meet and get better connected, using this as a driver. So here's a breakdown of our project budget. The restroom, because we're going to have to build a whole new one. The site furnishings, our parking development, the playground equipment. Obviously, it's a lot more expensive than the beer bar because not replacing, we're having to put in an entire playground setup. Our shade structure, the site preparations. We have our own utilities, power and all that, so we can do all the utility work. So our public works crew will be able to take care of everything except for we're going to have the playground equipment company actually do the installation of the playground equipment. Going to our surveys. So the pocket parks were addressed in this to include when we brought this up. There's a few, I think 3 key locations. The north was part of that. We didn't actually look at this property when we were bringing up the survey. The property became, we realized it was a good spot later on, and we decided to start planning for this. And the North Summit area is a growing part of our community. There's a lot of future development in the county, annexation into the city. So that's going to keep building, but until we can figure out how to make that connection, whether it's by sidewalk or trails to get the north out of town to the main part of town, they're still kind of cut off and isolated from direct accessibility to Beer Bar Park unless they have a vehicle. So our project engagement, the Blue Zone initiatives with Summit Pacific throughout Grays Harbor, this is really big for them. I talked to the Timberland Regional Library. They thought this would be a great idea because not only could they do the story time in the Bierbauer Park in center of town, but those that might not have the accessibility, they would create either a second one or maybe a whole nother story and create another trail up at this North Summit Park. And then it gives opportunity for the kids to go to 2 different locations. And then the school was interested because if it had different structures or different equipment, or they just want a different location, they might be willing to go and use this as well for with the YMCA for other types of activities, or if they want to break it up and do 2 different age groups, where one age group, like a younger age group, would be here, and the older age group might be in the main part in town. So we, being the unhealthiest or the second unhealthiest county in the entire state, creating more recreational and opportunities for physical activity for our kids is extremely important. That's why we try to keep it expanding on that. This map showing with the index you can see on the right, we're at 8, one of the more unhealthiest areas in the entire county. This comes from the DOH website. So we're gonna do some landscaping, some basic stuff, add some native species and pollinators because there's really not much out there right now. You can see some people do have some trees in their yards, but limited because you got a development that went in. It was pretty bare to begin with. We want to improve the physical activities. There's a lot of adults and seniors out there that use the sidewalks and they walk around the loops, but there's nothing for kids out there at all. And so then that would, we want to add this in, so they'll maximize the lifespan of what we currently have for this property and continue that growth going forward. There's a picture of the lift station. It's already fenced off. What we're going to do is create some decorated slats to go in, so you won't be able to notice from the outside. It'll be more like a foliage screening slats. They'll go into the chain link fence, so it'll be kind of decorated, but that way they can still access it and they can still work, but it won't have a negative appeal to the rest of the playground in the park. City already owns this property, so it's already available to develop. Nothing's ever been done with it before. We have future opportunities. There's a small section just north because there's a creek just to the left of this lift station. Future, what we want to add on is get a little walk bridge and create like a little garden over in that area. We just haven't fully decided. We're still trying to work with people in that area to like what they want out of this besides the basics. So that's kind of a future development aspect, but we still have more development opportunities in this park area. And our public works crew will be able to do all the work on this, other than, like I said, the playground equipment company will be doing the installation of the equipment itself. And thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you very much. Questions on this project? Genevieve, go ahead. Whoops.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Looks like a great project. I was wondering if we could go back to some of the screenshots for the project design. I know you talked about it being ADA, but I didn't see pathways like connecting the features or getting to the playgrounds themselves. And then it looked a little bit like the playgrounds had barriers around their edges, and I wasn't sure about how accessible that
Oh,
would
you
be.
talking about the actual playground design? This? Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
did
think
some.
there you
Yeah,
go.
so they did some initial design work. I'd gone back. I haven't got new, but I've expressed to them we need it accessible. Um, they had already done this work, so I didn't, they did it for free for us, so I had something to work with. So I didn't want to, I guess, push my limits with them. But they have the understanding that we need the ADA accessibility in terms of the pathway, like from the park or from the sidewalk. Honestly, I didn't put that in because I really wasn't sure. My first thought was it was going to be right next to the restroom, but I didn't know if that was a good idea. We're we're still kind of in that debate of where the pathways to. We knew one would be in between the two playgrounds. Let's say it just intersects in between the where the table and benches are from one playground to another, and then probably in that northeast corner of the parking lot would go right into the first playground. I want something that's probably that's where I create those gaps in between the barriers. So those would be pathways. I just didn't know honestly how to design them, and PowerPoint's not the most flexible, so I didn't because I wasn't thinking it would necessarily be just straight line right to it. I wanted to curve a little bit more appeal, but I couldn't draw that.
Totally understand. I just wanted to know if it was in the plans, and it sounds like
Yep.
it is. So yeah, thank you for that.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, related to that, while it's not in your plan yet, there's nothing in your budget related to those circulation paths to ensure that the AD accessible playground and shade structures all have accessible routes to them, and you're gonna have to do that. So making sure that your budget reflects that. For this particular design, how did the community prioritize or evaluate the design for this new park?
Well, trying to get input on the specifics for design were challenging. I was asking a lot of people, and they're just like, well, just I want a playground. It was just trying to get the specific input. So I kind of put what I thought was a decent design layout of based on what the property would look like. And then I started showing people, and they're like, "Yeah, that's good." I mean, trying to get like direct input or specific comments was challenging on this one. Um, yeah, I was working with it the best I could, but I didn't get as much input as I would have hoped.
Thanks, but I imagine there's a need for or a desire for the play structures. So that's something your community is wanting.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Silvana, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of clarify a little bit further on what you guys were talking about. So it sounds to me like the amenities that you chose for this or that were chosen for this park were not just ones that you pulled out of a hat, but they were more things that you were hearing from the community. It's just the placement was more left to the staff's decision. Is that what I'm hearing? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm going to say it's a both because when I would ask people, they're like, "Well, I don't know what we want." So I did kind of pull stuff out of a hat, and I did use our Beer Bower Park as like examples. Like, okay, what am I already doing there? What's some of the basic things you'd want in a brand new park? And so then when I put it in, then I would show people were like, "Oh yeah, that looks about right." So that's about as far as I got out of people. I had to kind of show them something that is like a working document so they could see because honestly they didn't know other than be like, well, yeah, Bear Power has stuff. Well, what can you put in here? Okay, well, let me do some research and let me figure that out for you.
Are people very familiar with this site as a park,
Uh,
or as a
no.
public? Okay.
The north area is the main area. So. I mean, we've been trying to get it out, but communication does not move well in this town. So, like, we don't have a very good response rate for, like, say, city council meetings, right? Nobody gets on Zoom. Nobody really shows up. It's the same 8 people, and unless they're really telling people and getting it around town, we really have to push and get it out there.
Okay. Thank you.
So I try to bring it up at every opportunity I have when I see people. Yeah. And that's where, like, I was meeting with our principal earlier this week, because I'm also helping them. It's not an RCO project, but I'm helping them fix their playground as a side project because theirs is in really bad shape. We had actually helped them remove one piece of equipment where a girl got hurt because it was so unsafe. So we're trying to help them revitalize that. And that was one of the questions I had was the ADA accessibility. And they said, fortunately, they don't have any kids that are in wheelchairs as of yet, but at some point it's going to happen. And he actually lives in this north area. It's that cul-de-sac road that was off to the west. So he can actually help also spread this information for us because not only lives there, but he's a principal of the school. So.
Good, thanks. Other questions that folks have or clarifications you might need? All right, well, thanks. Yeah, in regards to accessibility, yeah, you'll want a route of travel to each element. It sounds though like you got a pretty good public works crew that I'm guessing you could put in some concrete pathways to, as needed
Yes.
with your own folks. So
Yes, and that's where with this one, because the pathways are going to be a little simpler, public works crew can do that because they have done concrete work before. We've replaced the few sidewalks we have done. So the one in Beer Bower Park, that west side one, we did that whole stretch. But when I showed you in the previous presentation, trying to go around the entire park, that would probably be a 2 year because they do have water main replacements and other things that they have to work on. They wouldn't have that kind of time. But for this, they could actually work on little bits and pieces and get it all connected. So
great. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Mayor Miller, and
thank you.
presenting your projects. And yeah, we hope to have some preliminary ranked lists by the end of next week.
Oh, wow, that's quick. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for allowing me to present today. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take another break. And then I think we have a couple more. Yeah, 2 more before, what is it, 11, 12? Yeah, so let's just get back on track. We'll come back at 11:30 and keep going with Airway Heights. All right, welcome back. We got a couple more before lunch break. Looks like, is it JC?
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Launch your PowerPoint. There we go. Can you see that?
I can.
Great. I'm going to pass you controls
Looks like
if
it
you'd
jumped
like.
to, it looks like it skipped a slide
Oh,
already.
yeah, my mouse is a little jumpy. Sorry about that. Let me go back here. I'll pass you controls. You should be then able to advance your own slides. Go ahead and click on the screen to activate it. And then usually you can use like the arrow keys on your keyboard or the little arrows down in the bottom. There it goes. All right. Okay, well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, well, good morning. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our application. The City of Airway Heights is submitting an application to realign and renovate the existing pathway system at Sunset Park and to add electrical panels to serve special events that are held at this park site. The City of Airway Heights is centrally located in Spokane County in eastern Washington. Shares a boundary to the east with the City of Spokane and is located in between Spokane International Airport and the Fairchild Air Force Base. Sunset Park is the largest community park we have, and it's centrally located in the heart of the city. Project, over the years, the pathway system at Sunset Park has experienced severe heaving and cracking due to its proximity to the trees that have been planted at the site. The tree root systems have caused significant damage to the pathway. The project will realign sections of the pathway, moving it away from areas where tree roots have caused damage. Sunset Park is identified by residents as the most visited park in the park system. The project is listed in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan as a capital improvement project. When asked what the parks and recreation facilities that their households needed the most, the residents identified Sunset Park with 64% of them identifying paved and walking and biking trails as the highest priority. The residents also identified paved and walking trails as a very high priority in the updated comprehensive plan of the city. Residents rated paved walking and biking trails as the most important facilities they had a need for in the master plan survey that was issued. This project addresses a need identified in the city's comprehensive plan that identified many areas in the city, particularly in older neighborhoods where the lack of adequate sidewalks, marked crossings, and other pedestrian infrastructure was not available. This project provides a safe place for residents to walk, jog, bike, and enjoy nature. The development of the new trail system at Sunset Park ties in with a number of the top 20 outdoor recreation activity categories in the Washington State Action Plan by providing access very close to home for residents for walking, jogging, running, and biking. The pathway system at Sunset Park is just over a half-mile in length. The pathway meanders throughout the park and was developed with a grant from RCO in 1993. Sunset Park's other amenities include 2 age-appropriate playgrounds, a basketball court, a skate park, a ball field, a sand volleyball court, a splash pad, restrooms, 3 different picnic shelters, and a maintenance shop that's on site. The current alignment of the pathway runs directly adjacent to the outfield fence of the ball field. This picture illustrates part of the situation that the roots have caused. The perimeter of the outfield fence line is the worst part where the tree roots have caused damage to the existing path. Starting along the back edge of the third base home run line, the pathway will be realigned to run behind the tree line. The open area behind the tree line provides ample area that's free of severe root growth to run the realigned pathway. This is an enlargement from the construction documents of the area showing where the existing pathway is and where the new route will realign the pathway. In order to provide power to hold our annual movie series at the Movie in the Park series, we rely on running heavy-duty power cord from the electrical panel that is located on the front wall of our park maintenance shop. With the scope of the realignment of the pathway system being as extensive as it is, we wanted to take advantage of the amount of trenching and relocating of irrigation in one project instead of breaking it into separate projects. The Park Advisory Board requested that the addition of electrical panels be included in the scope of the project's construction documents to help facilitate the many special community events that are held at the park site. The electrical panels will run out of the park maintenance building and be trenched to a point outside of the third base home run fence line, then split to have one line run down the third base land to add a new electrical panel, and a second line running down the outfield fence to the midfield line of the outfield where two additional panels will be installed. The new electrical surface will help facilitate other special events that are also held at the park, including our annual Airway Heights Days event. Airway Heights Days is the largest community event that we hold every year, providing an opportunity for community members to get together, creating stronger community and family bonds. The event requires multiple power sources to provide access to power for vendors that participate in the event. The addition of the electrical panels will also facilitate our annual winter festival, including providing power for the holiday tree. The overarching goal of the realigning of the pathway is to provide better access to the park for all users. The project adds ADA parking along the perimeter of the park in locations where no ADA parking currently exists. The only existing ADA parking is at the main entrance adjacent to the park maintenance building. The northwest corner of the park lacks ADA parking and ADA access to the shelter, the picnic table, and the 5 through 12 playground. The project will add ADA parking and access at the shelter and the park entrance point. It reroutes the pathway and adds ADA access to the picnic table, and it adds ADA access to the 5 through 12 playground. The city invested $26,500 to develop the design of the new pathway. This investment resulted in the creation of construction documents developed by SPVV Landscape Architects that are formalized for a single construction phase that details the project's construction requirements, including pathway layout and grading, landscape plans, the extent of the irrigation and landscape repair, construction details, and project technical specifications. Various sections of this plan set have been highlighted throughout the presentation. This slide is construction-ready pathway realignment design. The Park Advisory Board requested that the addition of the electrical panels be included in the scope of the project's construction documents. This added an additional $7,000 to the scope of the design documents for the project. The Park Board wanted to take advantage of the mobilization that was happening and the scope that was already being done. This slide is the construction-ready electrical design. Our needs assessment survey determined the needs and wishes of the community. It was initiated in 2019 and completed in 2021. Multiple mailers were sent out. A survey was posted in the city's newsletter and posted on the city website. Staff from the Parks and Recreation Department also canvassed the community with door-to-door distribution of the survey on multiple occasions. A series of follow-up workshops with the Park Advisory Board City Council were completed in July and August of 2021. A draft version of the plan was sent out for public comment to the following public agencies: RCO, Spokane County Parks and Recreation Department, Cheney Parks and Rec, Medical Lake Parks and Rec, Cheney School District, the Kalispell Tribe of Indians, the Spokane Tribe of Indians, Fairchild Air Force Base, the Spokane Parks Foundation, Spokane Parks and Recreation, and the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. In addition, the planning department has undertaken an extensive update of the city's comprehensive plan. The city conducted multiple public engagement activities from 2021 to 2023. These activities included postcard to property owners and residents explaining the engagement activities, outreach and information booths at Airway Heights Day event, Facebook live Zoom engagement event specifically focused on the parks chapter, online survey of the public's vision of the city, an open house on the draft plan with online engagement, and public meetings and workshops with the Planning Commission and City Council throughout the process. Airway Heights Parks and Recreation relies on community partnerships to be able to offer the variety of community programming and has dedicated a wall in the Recreation Center to showcase the involvement of our various community partners. CARES, a nonprofit, has agreed to undertake a project fundraising effort if we are successful in receiving this grant, with a goal of raising $10,000 to support the project. This project significantly enhances opportunities for physical activity close to home. Sunset Park is the most utilized park in our system. It is centrally located in the largest neighborhood and very heavily used by residents who regularly utilize the pathways for walking, jogging, for exercise, often with pets or friends. This project enhances opportunities for social and cultural connections by enhancing the special events that are held at Spark, streamlining access to power needed to facilitate the events. The project will provide a new level surface that will significantly improve the access for people with disabilities to enjoy the park. The project will utilize materials that support a local producer with Shamrock Paving Company located in Airway Heights on Hayford Road, 2.4 miles from the project site. The realignment of the pathway will remove it from the base of the trees where roots have caused considerable damage to the existing pathway. This will help maximize the lifespan of the project. The city has already invested $33,500 to develop the construction documents for this project, including the new layout of the pathway and the electrical site plans that are construction bid ready. Again, Citizens Associated for Recreation, Education, and Social Equity, CARES, a local nonprofit, has agreed to undertake the project fundraising effort with a goal of raising $10,000 for the project. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks, JC. All right, any questions or clarifications needed? Roxanne, go ahead.
I think it's slide 5. You had showed us the park and said it's, you know, the central park, and I thought I had heard you say that it was the only one in the community. And then I see here on this slide number 3, it lists other parks that have been visited. Are those parks in your system?
Yes, I do not believe that I stated that it was the only park in our system, just that it's centrally located in our largest neighborhood.
Okay, so on slide 3, can you point out to us where these other ones are?
Up in the top corner.
All right, I'll give you control back and you can try to point if that would be helpful.
The rec center, that's a 70-acre parcel, 10 of which have there's 10 acres of developed athletic fields up at the rec center site. So that's in this area here. There's a neighborhood park that's located in this area here. where you see the language for the Spokane Tribe Casino. There's a 1 acre park that's located approximately right about where you see my cursor on the screen here. And then there's another 2 acre park that's in this area here.
Thank you.
I can't see the cursor. Could anyone else see the cursor?
Yeah.
No, try clicking on the screen.
In all, we have 33 acres of parks in
Okay.
Airway Heights.
Great. Other questions or clarifications folks need? Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question on the ADA spaces. Are you converting existing spaces to ADA, or were you creating new parking?
So there's parking there, but none of it is signed and marked as ADA parking. The only signed and marked ADA parking is located at the main, where you see by where the slide where the park maintenance building is at.
Got it.
That's kind of the main entrance.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks. Silvana, go ahead.
I might have missed this, so I apologize if I had, but under the project engagement, I know there was a lot of engagement as far as with the planning documents. Was there a specific one for this park? Like, was there public engagement on the specifics of this park?
It was the public engagements that was mentioned was more in alignment with the updating of the Park and Recreation Master Plan, kind of what we do to maintain eligibility to be able to submit these grants. So there was, when we were getting ready, we had a public workshop here at the Recreation Center, just introducing this project and letting the public know that we were following through and actually carrying out. So that was done, but it wasn't necessarily a broader effort to engage the community on what was being done. It was more introducing the grants application that we were submitting to the public to let them know that we were following through with the wishes that were identified when we put the survey out for the update of the master plan.
How was this one identified as, above other projects?
The pathways are the number 1 project that we have. So we kind of, that rose to the surface. We've made other investments. We put new playgrounds in. We're updating picnic shelters and storage sheds. So we've done quite a bit of work. We put in all new picnic tables and benches throughout the park site. So this is just kind of the next highest priority for this particular site, to keep it, since it is the most used park in our system, to keep it. And we have had a lot of complaints about the uneven surface, especially people that have a handicap or wheelchairs. We have Airway Heights Days. It just happens to be this weekend, and that's kind of when these complaints come out, that we hear that, you can't. We get complaints from parents, trying to, with young children, they may still be in a crib, that it's hard to push the stroller over some of these areas. So it's something that's been on our radar for a while. So it kind of just naturally rose to the top for us.
Thanks. Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah, I just was curious, and maybe I missed this, but did you say the overall length of the pathway through the park?
I believe they're just over 2 miles, or yeah. Where's that one at?
And then I know you mentioned there are other parks, but is this the only park with a pathway like this for walking?
It's the most extensive trail system we have within our parks. We also have a park that's a approximately 8 acres inside that's called Landreth Park. But it's got a pathway system that's in it, but it doesn't encompass, it just kind of goes around the perimeter of the park instead of having, this is the most significant one that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Right, other questions or clarifications needed from JC? All right. Well, I see you have construction ready design. Just make sure you don't start any construction before a grant award. You probably know that rule. So,
Oh yeah.
So kind of wait and see what the ranked list looks like and the funding. So, all right. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate you giving us the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. All right, moving south and west to Benton City, but staying on the east side. Splash pad looks like, I don't know if is it Megan or Megan?
It is Megan, and both Nathan and I will be presenting today. Thanks so much.
Okay, great. Well, welcome to you both. And should I pass controls to you, Megan?
Yeah, I'll drive at the bus today.
All right. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that now.
All right, we've got it. Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Nathan,
right, yes, good morning. Hello, everybody. My name is Nathan Raddick. I'm a project manager for Arcana Engineers representing the city of Benton City.
and I'm Megan Hoke, a grants consultant for Calyx Development Services working for Benton City.
Today, we will be presenting the Benton City Splash Pad project. Located in southeastern Washington, Benton City is located in Benton County, a dynamic and diverse region with both bustling cities and small rural communities just like ours. Benton County is surrounded by mountains and rugged terrain. Benton City is approximately 2.5 square miles and is home to 3,500 residents. The proposed project site is in the northernmost part of town, an area with less access to recreation opportunities, something this project aims to address.
Current park amenities include playgrounds, sports courts, horseshoe pits, a skate ramp, a boat park, and a community center. But despite these recreation opportunities, one critical recreation access gap remains: the absence of water play. There are no pools, splash pads, or water parks in Benton City, and there are no recreation opportunities specifically designed for children under 5 years of age. So you may be saying to yourself, why not just drive to the nearest splash pad? Well, due to the rugged and mountainous terrain around Benton City, travel is really difficult, and the nearest splash pad is 12 miles away. Add to that a transportation expense disparity score of 9 out of 10, and we don't think it's feasible or fair to ask our residents to shoulder that burden. We want to remove access barriers for our citizens by establishing a splash pad right here in Benton City. An additional consideration is Benton City's hot, dry, semi-desert climate. We have average summer temperatures of 86 degrees and regular summer highs of over 110 for the past 4 years in a row. High heat means high health risks, especially for pregnant women, children under 5, and people with disabilities. A heat index of 90 degrees can pose a serious health risk to children because they don't know how to regulate their body temperatures as well as adults do yet. And even one day of high heat at only 87 degrees can increase health risks for pregnant women and their unborn children, including eclampsia, miscarriage, and preterm delivery. This matters to us because Benton City is home to a high number of these vulnerable individuals. 16.3% of our population is under the age of 5, the single largest age bracket in the city. We also have a higher than average fertility rate, 21.6% compared to the state's 5.3%, which means we have a lot of pregnant mothers. And finally, we also have a higher than average percentage of disabled individuals, 14.3% compared to the state's 9.1%. So having a safe, accessible way to stay cool in the summer is critical. And finally, this project perfectly aligns with our 2023 PROS plan, specifically Goal 1, providing accessible parks, Objective 1A, planning new parks based on anticipated and current need, and Objective 1BC, specifically designing and constructing a splash pad.
So this 1.65 acre lot was given to the city by the developer of the Blacktop Estates housing development in 2021. The city immediately recognized the potential for a splash pad development due to its prime location right off of the main highway, State Route 225. The Cultural Resource Survey and SEPA assessment were both completed as part of this development requirement with no significant findings. Infrastructure has already been put in place, including fencing, xeriscaping, underground irrigation, and hydroseeding. Adequately sized water and sewer lines have all installed in anticipation of this future development. Approximately $80,000 in funds have been invested by the city to date for this preliminary development. This slide represents a preliminary design for the splash pad park. An adequate parking lot with 19 stalls and street side parking on 14th Street, transitioning to a non-elevated ADA circulation path, leading to 2 all-gender ADA compliant restrooms, picnic shelters with tables and barbecue grills, and ending at the focal point, the 10-element splash pad, surrounded by park benches. Although not shown on the plan, the city plans to plant trees in the open green space to provide additional shaded areas for family gatherings. Benton City anticipates installing a prefabricated bathroom building with 2 all-gender stalls. Both stalls are ADA compliant. And the picnic shelters, tables, and amenities proposed will provide adequate space for families to host birthday parties and other social events at the splash park while maintaining a shaded, safe environment. This splash pad will provide recreational opportunities for the community that has not been available before, including a family-friendly environment with safe summer play for all ages. It will be the first all abilities play space in Benton City and provide an outdoor cooling center for those in need. The city of Benton City is rapidly growing with new developments in process. This requires the city to be intentional about its need to provide green space options for the citizens. Suitable sites for parks and recreation are rapidly disappearing due to this residential growth. The land provided by Blacktop Estates developers is in a prime location for this rapidly expanding area. The nearest existing park, Legion Park, is small and has no water features to support summer play. Blacktop Estates Park will meet this need in close proximity to multiple neighborhoods.
This project site is located in and adjacent to some of the most ethnically diverse census blocks in our city. As you can see in the graphic to the right, each blue block represents an area where the majority of residents are BIPOC, ranging from 56 to 89%. Recent studies have shown that due to systemic racism, parks and green spaces tend to be located in wealthy white neighborhoods. By locating the splash pad here, we can increase equity and inclusion for BIPOC residents. The new splash pad will feature ADA compliant, inclusive design elements to support the needs of both disabled and neurodivergent park users. Features such as flat, non-slip, zero-depth surfaces will increase physical accessibility, while varied sensory experiences, bubbles versus puddles versus jets, and varied levels of intensity will support inclusive play. The final 10 elements will be selected after gathering additional community input. The following photos include examples of elements we are currently considering, such as jelly sticks, wheelchair accessible water play, raining mushrooms, 6-foot water rings, and dumping buckets.
The budget anticipated for this project will be sufficient to provide a fully developed splash pad with park amenities, including restrooms and picnic tables, at a total cost of $856,316, including a 15% contingency to account for cost increases. These costs were based on estimates obtained in spring of 2024. A local cash match in the amount of $356,316 will be provided by Benton City, paid to the city in the form of park impact fees from new developers, Hayden Homes and New Tradition Homes. After award, Benton City anticipates being construction ready in approximately 6 months.
As part of our 2023 PROS plan, Benton City collected feedback from both city councilors and residents. In a project prioritization survey, city councilors unanimously identified the splash pad as their #1 recreation priority. In addition, when residents were asked how interested they were in certain recreational opportunities during our PROS plan survey, 62% of them indicated that swimming or water play was their #1 recreation request. This survey was delivered in 4 methods to increase accessibility for citizens and was available in both English and Spanish. Method 1 was sending it by mail, and it was printed and sent out with water bills to each household in the city. Method 2 was via our website, which directly linked to the survey. Method 3 was City Hall in person, where they could show up and complete it if support was needed. And Method 4 was social media linking back to the survey. Now, in total, 7.4% of Benton City households responded to our survey, but statistically, a minimum ratio of 10% is recommended for ensuring a representative sample size. Therefore, in order to ensure the splash pad accurately reflects community needs, we will be gathering additional feedback on the final design.
Benton City will be using several additional strategies to gather community feedback. These include focus groups with marginalized populations, minorities, parents of children with disabilities, public meetings held in a hybrid fashion, online and in person, and door-to-door canvassing and surveying of the most impacted neighborhoods within the vicinity. Additionally, in-kind services, utilizing volunteers for the canvassing and focus groups, will be provided in collaboration with local community partners, such as Benton City Revitalization Organization and the Benton Chamber of Commerce. Carousel Child Care Center has also volunteered to provide feedback on design elements specifically for children under 5.
UCLA defines sustainability as the act of balancing equity, the environment, and the economy. With that definition in mind, here are some of the features we have or plan to include to ensure sustainability. Hydroseeding to reduce our carbon footprint, xeriscaping to reduce water usage by 75% while promoting biodiversity, electronic timers and auto irrigation to reduce cost and maintenance. And in terms of social sustainability, we will be removing access barriers because this park is free of charge and easily accessible. We will be increasing equity inclusion by locating it in an underserved BIPOC neighborhood and designing the first all abilities play park in Benton City. And of course, improving quality of life by mitigating heat and health risks.
The Benton City has worked on several cost efficiencies. First of all, the 1.65 acre of land has already been acquired by the city. Preliminary site development work is complete. The costs we have are based on previous quotes recently. $356,000 local cash match, designed for low maintenance costs, such as zero depth entry, no lifeguard needed, and auto irrigation and timers. Leveraging volunteers to get community feedback to improve and finalize the design. A 15% contingency built into the project budget, and the city will pursue additional grant funding if needed to address any funding gaps. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. I would now like to open up the floor for any questions you might have.
Great, thank you so much. All right, questions, clarifications needed on this project? Jill, go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm that it says sponsor purchased services as your breakdown. That's from the city of Benton City. Is that correct?
The budget?
Correct.
The
Yes.
match. Yeah.
Yeah, for the
Yes,
match.
that's correct. Provided from the city of Benton City, and they're getting the funds from developers and park impact fees.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jill, I think they selected that category. There's a whole bunch of categories you could pick, but it's basically just local appropriation. Once funds from impact fees just go into a city budget, it just becomes appropriation. Other questions or clarifications? Seem pretty thorough.
We try.
Yeah. Roxanne, go ahead.
So I do have one. You did mention the one park to the south.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it doesn't have a spray park other amenities, but I think you said you have other parks in the system. Is there another park within the service radius of this particular one? And if so, kind of what is that service radius?
So I'll take a stab at this, and then Nathan, feel free to like correct or add anything you think. So the only park that is, and service radius is kind of tricky to define in a small city, but it's only 2.5 square miles. But the closest park, the neighboring park, is Legion Park, which I would say is about a 12-minute walk if you were walking away from this location on the site we're proposing. And Legion Park, it's a sweet park, it's a historical park, but it is a very small park with limited usage. And the big concern is that we have 3 very large neighborhoods coming in. One is finished, Blacktop Estates, 2 more are in progress. And then right across the street, we have 250 new homes being built. And Legion Park, even if it had water capabilities, it's just simply not big enough to meet the escalating need that's going to come from all these additional homes and families in the area. So this park would help address that need and help scale accessibility in terms of just the sheer number of people who are coming into that part of the city. Nathan, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I would like to add that it was one of the parks that was looked at and considered for the splash pad. However, it's in a previously developed area, and there is no place to put adequate parking that would be required for the splash park. So it's just basically street side parking around 2 sides of the park. The rest is surrounded by housing. So parking would have been an issue there as well.
Which would increase ADA access barriers, something we're really trying to focus on with this park.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or clarifications needed? It is right along the highway, but as I recall, this section is a fairly low speed limit section of so it's not like a safety concern or anything there, right?
That is correct. And to add to that, we actually just, we're finishing annexing that part of the highway into city limits. And again, a large housing development is going in right across the street. So that will be lowering the speed limit to that area even further.
Gotcha.
With the goal of installing sidewalks all along both sides. This really almost functions more like a main drag drive through town than a highway. It just happens to be under the old designation of highway until we annex it in.
Right. Okay.
And it was a concern from the council regarding the speed and the highway right there. So fencing has been installed on that side of the park between the highway and the park. And large boulders have been installed along that whole edge as well to help deter any traffic that could possibly enter into that area.
Okay. Good. And you said, so this is not a recirculating system, right? But you're going to try to use the water for irrigation, the way like
the wastewater from the splash park.
Yeah. Did I see that in sustainability or?
No, the irrigation system is installed already, and it's just utilizing city water. but it's installed with automatic timers and all of that to reduce labor costs. The splash park itself will be utilizing city water as well. Looking at the recirculation costs, it was too prohibitive for us. So, and looking at the wastewater, where the city's infrastructure is adequate to handle that, so it will just be draining into the waste system.
Okay, good. Jill, go ahead.
I had just one follow-up question. Are you planning any shade for the site, other, in the spray area? I know you mentioned in a future phase there may be some trees planted, but I was just wondering.
No additional shade is planned at this point. So we've got the picnic shelters and trees that we're looking at. In the future, should funding allow, it's something we could definitely look at adding a shade structure there. But at this point, no additional shade has been anticipated.
It'll likely depend on what the cost of each of those 10 elements are. There are a lot of like easy install umbrella type figures, like those big sunbrella type things that can be anchored into the concrete that we would love to include in addition to, say, the picnic shelters with the roofs and the trees. But that'll come down to what the community prioritizes in terms of the element selection and what's left in the budget.
Thank you.
All right, any final questions? Okay, well, thanks you guys for joining us and presenting. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
All right, have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we've arrived at lunch, so come on back just a little before 1:10, and we will carry on with Vancouver. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. Looks like Monica is here from Vancouver. Good afternoon, Monica. Hopefully you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Hey, I can now.
Oh, I thought you had control of mute, so apologies.
Oh, no. We let you mute yourself or unmute yourself, do your camera. So you are all good. All right. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Well,
I'm gonna
thank you.
pull your PowerPoint up here. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Excellent. I will pass you remote control.
May I do one slide forward just to make sure I got it?
Yep, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that and yeah, see if you can advance and reverse.
It
Make
is
sure it's
not
working.
going with the arrows.
Try to click on the screen with your mouse first. You might need to click a couple times to kind of activate it. And then your arrows should work. Your keyboard arrows.
Awesome.
There
Thank
we
you
go.
very much.
No problem. All right.
Awesome.
Well, whenever you're ready, you can go right ahead.
All right. Well, thank you and good afternoon. I'm Monica Tuberville with the City of Vancouver, and I'm here to share the Schaefer Community Park Phase 2 development project with you today. Vancouver is Washington's fourth largest city. We're located in Clark County, bordered by the Columbia River to our south and the city of Camas to the east. The Schaefer property is in north central Vancouver, bordered by I-205 to the east and SR 500 to the south. The Phase 2 development project will provide community recreation opportunities for this dense, unserved residential area. The site supports good neighborhood interconnection, including to the elementary school that is just one block to the west. The Schaefer Hobby Farm was established in the 1950s. Most of the trees on the site were planted by Mr. Schaefer, with 276 different species, including a small orchard. These have shaped the priorities and the theme of the park design. The city purchased a 10-acre property in 2010. Beginning with criteria 1, public need. Local priorities are based on multiple metrics. The first being our community park standard of 3 acres per 1,000 residents. Community parks are designed as drive-to facilities with a 1.5-mile service area, as well as a walk-to service area of a 0.5 mile. They provide a wide range of recreation and social gathering experiences and support amenities that are not available in our neighborhood parks. The city is divided into 3 park impact fee districts. These serve as independent planning areas to evaluate need and equity metrics. Schaefer's in District B with a current city population of 66,000 residents, a community park deficit of 54 acres, and a level of service only 53% of the adopted standard. This map shows parks in the area surrounding Schaefer. The closest community parks are both outside city limits, including Hazel Dell, that's over 3 miles to the west, and Orchards 2 miles to the east, but with limited availability due to the freeway and arterials. Other park ownerships are small neighborhood parks. These are shown in the lighter green. These facilities have a 0.5 mile walking service area and don't provide comparable community park assets. The peat shows the service areas of city and county community parks, following public street and trail networks, revealing service gaps that lie in between. The Schaefer service area will fill a significant gap in community park access. The park would serve over 22,000 residents, representing 9,600 homes. Once developed, the park would provide 77% of our level of service standard within the service area and improve the PIF District B deficit as a whole by 19%. Equitable distribution is the second metric in determining our park need and capital priorities. In addition to staff-scored criteria based on park census tract, we found at-risk population groups within the Schaefer service area differ significantly from state medians in some categories, the highest being 100% more households with a disabled resident. The elementary school student enrollment demographics also identify higher percentages of at-risk groups compared to state enrollment medians, particularly for English language learners at 122% higher. Development of Schaefer Community Park is consistent with our PROS plan and CFP priorities. Many of the most valued park experiences that are identified in our PROS outreach are emphasized in the Schaefer design, including the passive use experiences provided by the site's natural landscape. Project scope. The site's existing natural features offer a park-like setting with mature trees and quiet meadows, creating a buffer from this dense urban area. The property is used extensively for walking and cross-circulation throughout the neighborhood and to the local elementary school. There's also a small orchard, and it includes a 5-foot diameter black walnut. Existing built features include Phase 1 improvements, focused on 58th Street frontage improvements that is located on the south to ensure safe multimodal access and a central loop and entry path system. Phase 1 is in process and will be completed by early 26, and this will establish some basic infrastructure to support the proposed Phase 2 project. The site plan shows a broad spectrum of recreation opportunity, from community events to active and passive play in quiet spaces for respite. Primary access is from the south at 58th, with additional entry points from the north and the west. The design elements will include south and north entry plazas with picnic shelters, restrooms, fully inclusive playground and nature play, a path network weaving through the tree canopy, connecting to the central loop trail, an event lawn, landscaping, native planting areas, and a 25-stall parking lot that includes 3 ADA spaces. Park development will reduce the park deficit and implement community priorities for equitable access. The design offers recreation and social gathering opportunities for this unserved, high-density, and diverse residential community. It provides a variety of assets and patron support amenities that are only available in our community parks. The design is also mindful to enhance and protect the land's history and the natural resources. This perspective shows the southern entry plaza with the main picnic shelter for larger social events, seating walls and ornamental planting areas, all close to parking and restrooms. For the central meadow, you'll find inclusive play structures and nature play area. And the north plaza includes a smaller picnic shelter, accessible trails, meandering through the tree canopy that encircle the entire park, and meadow mounds and native planting areas to support pollinators, wildlife, and sustainability. The Phase 2 development project totals $5.5 million, including design, permitting, site prep, and construction. Estimates were determined by reference to recent projects with inflation and contingency included. Funding includes approximately $3 million in local appropriations from PIF and general fund that total 54% of the budget. An LWCF grant is also being pursued. Preliminary due diligence is complete and Phase 1 will close out by early 26. This phase 2 project design will be at 30% by the end of this year. Construction ready by the fall of 26, with completion by January of 28. Our public outreach began in early 2022. The goals being to identify current uses, create a master plan, and define phasing. Public engagement included 4 open houses and workshops, surveys and project website, on-site signage, and printed resources, all with translations provided. Building relationships with our underrepresented community members was targeted to reach our teams through community centers and summer camps, and Latino residents at cultural events and fairs. The process fostered a sense of community and a unified vision that shaped the final master plan and defined the phasing plan. The expressed priorities of the community included to protect the natural landscape, focus active uses near 58th, retain the orchard to support the food bank, and build playful pathways and structured play for all ages and abilities. Our partnerships include Urban Abundance to maintain the orchard and glean fruit to support the local food bank. Washington Trails Association developed and will continue to maintain soft surface trails and Eagle Scout projects for bench installation. Nature Spaces program volunteers are also committed to plant and maintain the proposed natural areas to support our pollinators, and the power company will partner with us to relocate overhead utilities. The design retains over 90% of the existing tree canopy. This creates significant ecological and economic sustainability in itself, as well as long-term improved community health outcomes. The canopy improves air quality, cooling, and absorbs pollutants, enhances water quality, stabilizes soils and filters runoff, stores carbon, and the 2 acres of natural plantings create new habitat and reduce irrigation, energy, and maintenance costs. The design offers a spectrum of opportunity for social interaction and natural resource education for all ages and abilities through a variety of picnic options, inclusive and nature play structures, the wide meandering ADA accessible paths, and quiet spaces. The larger picnic shelter also creates a new host location for our kids' no-cost summer meals program, and there are also 2 transit stops within walking distance. With the marked increase in overall park development costs, efficiencies and construction readiness have in part been realized through phased completion of due diligence and infrastructure. Reduced government costs have been and will continue to be gained through the informal partnerships with volunteers, including planting and maintenance of natural areas, orchard produce contributions to the food bank valued at about $1,500 per year. Cost sharing with the power company will reduce utility relocation by over $150,000. And the existing tree canopy and native planting areas will significantly reduce landscaping, irrigation, and maintenance costs. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you, Monica. Appreciate that. All right, questions for Vancouver or any clarifications needed? Monica, we can't see you. I don't know. You could turn your camera on if you don't have to, though.
No, I just don't know how to get to it.
No, we got you.
Oh, you got me. Okay, perfect.
All right. Great. Well, Jill, why don't you start and then Genevieve?
Yeah, I apologize. I might have missed this. What did phase 1 complete on this project?
Phase 1 is focused on the frontage improvements that are not part of this project. So we're doing the less exciting parts. It also is installing just the central loop and access point trails. And that is the extent of it. It does have some lighting and a few small things in there that were less significant, but it's all infrastructure that will support this project.
Fantastic. And then my other question was about your parking. I know you had a slide that had your parking stalls on it, and it looks like you have about 25 spaces. Is there on-street parking available?
Yes, there is on-street parking with the phase 1 project as well. And a bike lane being put into the right of way.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, good questions. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Genevieve.
Kind of along those same lines, I was wondering, you mentioned a couple of transit stops within a few blocks. Is it sidewalks from there to the park?
Yes, yes, it is.
And then I had wondered if we could look at slide 13 again. I was trying to read it as we went through, and I didn't feel like I got to see it all. I just wanted to look back at what the opportunity most valued was.
Yes, this was in our pros plan.
Perfect. And then slide 15. So the pathways, I was trying to follow along here and see where the ADA pathways are and where the soft gravel pathways are. So I just wanted to look at this longer. There's a mixture of both. That's correct?
Yes, although I would say that they are striving to make even the gravel ADA accessible in how it's being constructed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
Great. Roxanne and then Anne.
Can you go back to slide 9, please?
Sure.
So the star is Schaefer Community Park. Is the green box the same thing, or is that some other property?
It's the same thing. I'm sorry. I was just trying to make it easy for your eyes to find it.
Okay. Just wanted to be
Yes.
sure. And I think they asked for the clarification between the phases, so thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Anne.
So my question may be the same thing. Was there a neighborhood park that was nearby, or did I just assume that from this slide?
There are several. Forgive me. I don't. I can. There is a slide that shows the neighborhood parks. It is slide. Pardon. It's slide 8. It shows the neighborhood parks but they're and again, the neighborhood parks are walk-to facilities. They have no support amenities, so they're only intended for no more than a half-mile walk.
So then the closest one would be that Orchard West.
Correct, and it has very limited improvements.
Okay, and okay, I think I looked at this one and saw it looked like there was another park 2 blocks away from this one, but I think you're saying that's this park.
Yes, that's the
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. Other questions or clarifications needed? Right. I don't see any other hands. Well, thanks, Monica, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to thank the committee as well. I know it's a big time commitment to you, and I appreciate your technical reviews, suggestions as well. So,
oh, good.
Thank you very much.
Glad that was helpful. All right.
Thank you, Carl.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we're going to head up to Bainbridge Island. It looks like Mary and Matthew are here. Hello.
You're going to give us control.
I will. Yeah. Welcome. You can see your slide. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Good. All right. Let me find you on my list. There you go. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to activate that and work your slides. Great.
You're going to remove them?
You guys can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Keogh, Senior Planner with the Bainbridge Island Metropolitan Park and Recreation District.
And my name is Mary Meyer. I'm the Executive Director of the Bainbridge Island Parks and Trails Foundation.
Together, we are pleased to present the Strawberry Hill Park Skate Park Development Project that will expand skating opportunities by creating an inclusive outdoor skating space for all ages and abilities, inclusive of scooters, roller and inline skating, and yes, wheelchairs. The project is located on Bainbridge Island, that is part of Kitsap County and connected to Seattle by way of ferry. Next slide. This development project is within Strawberry Hill Park, the island's centrally located and originally developed community park. The site is close to the population center of Bainbridge Island and is approximately 1 mile from the Bainbridge Island School District's main campuses to home to nearly 3,000 students. There is also a trail network in place with priority well underway to fully connect the schools to our parks. This is an image of the existing park. And in the next picture, you can see this existing skate bowl. This is part of the advanced skating community that already uses the park in the existing skate bowl. Our need for this project is that there is just one skate facility on Bainbridge Island, which you just saw. There is actually no skate park on Bainbridge Island and no intentional skating surfaces across our 45 parks. The closest skating facility is actually 11 miles away and it's currently closed. These are not accessible to our community users and they do not command the county-wide and region-wide users of the planned facility. The population of Kitsap County in the last census is already near 300,000. The median income is about 93,000. However, due to the larger family household size here in Kitsap, the income per capita is below the state average. We are a community looking ahead to safe and encouraging interaction among wheeled users. That is a local, but also county need. There is a long articulated need for skating facilities here on Bainbridge Island. In these images, you can see several temporary facilities over the past decades. These have witnessed generations of skating culture on Bainbridge Island. The 2020 Park Comprehensive Plan acknowledges this need for expanded skating, but it does not recognize the current service deficiency. This project will provide for the needs that have been expressed and provide the needed base service level for skating facilities going forward.
I like to speak about this image because it's something I witnessed firsthand. This is an empty lot next to the Parks and Trails Foundation offices in downtown Bainbridge. During COVID, the local skating community took up residence in here because this is the type of skating they were looking for. They were subsequently kicked off of this lot and became actively involved in this particular project.
Continuing on project scope. The Park District recently completed a park-wide plan which lays out unified programming and keeping this as a multi-generational community destination. The expanded skate park, which is in the center of the park shown in blue, will be an anchoring element in the plan's central play area shown in yellow. This area will integrate play opportunities with support facilities such as the existing picnic shelter, multiple restroom facilities, a mini gym, and the existing community center. This project also leverages the intentional setting which already hosts diverse sports, summer camps, after-school programs, and recreation classes, which include skateboarding clinics. The scope of this project in the next slide leverages the existing well-known, renowned, and skate bowl known across the area, built nearly 2 decades ago. This slide shows the existing bowl as well as the area to be improved as a skate park. You can see the existing facilities around it, including parking. And again, based on scope, I'd like to show you the different components of the project. There is, as shown in yellow, the base items of the project. That includes the bowl extension, the open skating area in yellow, which actually has 4 elevations within it. The pump track is shown in beige. There is a runway for directive skating, and that happens to be in pink. And you've seen the skate bowl already. Again, it's to be refurbished. The viewing areas are shown in red for the community.
This skate park is professionally designed by Grindline Skate Parks of Seattle in consultation with a multi-age advisory group of Bainbridge Island stakeholders. It's been extensively vetted by the community and elected officials. And in this slide with this robust design, all of these diverse elements have been informed by those stakeholders, the public. This is a view of it incorporating existing elements and accessible pathways for all wheeled users. Local art, which includes a strawberry bump out, which is a nod to the land history of the Japanese American Hayashida farmers, strawberry farmers. And budget-wise, so there are now permit-ready engineered construction plans with best development practices that protect the surrounding natural environment. Accompanying these plans, there is an engineered cost estimate updated to 1.3 million. This budget includes all costs to deliver an open park. It's important to note that the district is not a city with utilities and a department with a stormwater system. Here in green, stormwater and bioswale is included in the project budget. Revenue, we're hoping to get a land and water grant and also the local park grant. The Parks and Trails Foundation is committed to fundraising the remaining gap. And I should go back and say, if we would not get one of the 2 grants, we are committed to matching that grant through a fundraising campaign. Timeline, construction is anticipated to begin in the summer of 2026, and a soft opening would be expected in the first quarter of 2027. There was extensive public process involved. The Grindline Skate Parks, Parks and Trails Foundation, and the Park District combined to have 2 advisory committees, one of them being youth. And then we conducted online surveys, on-site surveys, design workshops, public forums, and public meetings. Many community organizations are committed to bringing this project to the community. And the Parks and Trails Foundation has a strong partnership, over a decade of partnerships with the Park District, and we have delivered on many fundraising campaigns, equaling millions of dollars to the district.
Speaking on sustainability, these historic pictures show past use, but Strawberry Hill Park is now known for healthy forest stewardship, which incorporates local recreation and careful management that blends ecology, social and economic benefits. So in the next slide, we show the current uses by way of a drone photo, as well as our future uses, all of which has been guided and will be guided by planning guidelines for sustainability of the park. A basic ecological benefit of this project is that the area to be disturbed by the project is already developed for active park use. There is no development on raw land and no required cost associated, or mitigation costs associated with the project. The construction plans include innovative stormwater management in the skating surface. Moving on, the size, scale, and location of this new facility will bring economic benefit in the form of visitors, particularly as a competition venue. Under cost efficiencies, the existing park presents cost efficiencies in all of its services. These include things like the existing skate bowl. It's also important cost efficiencies that this project, when brought all together and funded, it would have singular mobilization costs, cultural resource investigation, and drainage facilities as opposed to doing this in elements. However, there are elements. These show different bid items, and I think it's important that would better done at once. The base bid is $748,000 to provide what was earlier shown as the central skating plaza.
I just want to bring up the Parks and Trails Foundation commitment is cost savings, bringing private dollars to a public project. And then we just wanted to end with this picture. This is on your left, the Bainbridge Island High School in the 80s. Andy Caro, who is in the air there, is the one who designed our current skate bowl. And this is a really advanced bowl. We would like to continue this history of skating on Bainbridge Island and open this project up to all types of wheeled users for everyone. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that presentation.
Are we frozen?
Well, we're just adjusting to see if we can get our camera active.
Yeah, I think we were frozen there, but
sorry. Yeah, sorry, we can hear you. Yeah, your camera image is frozen, but we can hear you.
Thank you.
All right. Jill, go ahead.
Here, I just had a question. If you, I know we went through Project Meet, excuse me. Does Bainbridge Island have this project specifically called out in any type of a comprehensive plan or pros plan?
So we definitely have it in our capital improvement plan. In the pros plan, comp plan, it speaks about increasing skating services, but it doesn't, as I said, acknowledge a new skate park. It just simply says we should be building more skate displays.
Got it.
Yeah, accommodating population growth.
Thanks. Genevieve, go ahead.
That was actually my same question. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Anne.
I think maybe I missed it. Did you talk about how community input influenced the design of the park or the facilities?
I think we were concerned with time, but we had multiple design workshops, and Grindline was present for those. And they not only took in the informed questions of we would like this, that, and the other as far as elements, but they brought the design back to the advisory committees. We had over 75 youth skaters attend one of the design workshops, and then also the older skate community. I showed you that picture of Andy at the end. They worked directly with that early community that designed the first skate bowl, and they did some revisions to the design. And so there was a lot of back and forth. The pump track was one of the things that was requested and came up in the design, including all of the elements like the ferry box and things like that.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions on this project? All right, seeing none. Thanks you guys again. Appreciate it.
We appreciate your consideration. Sure.
All right, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Okay, moving to UP, and it looks like Jack, are you presenting this one?
Yeah, that's right.
Great. Well, welcome.
Thank you. And then I think, and do we have it set up for, I clicked to change the slides and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'll pass controls to you.
Okay, great.
It's been working pretty well, so let me do that right now. There you go. Go ahead and click on the screen now. You should be able to activate that and take it.
All right, if I do see, do I do the scroll or okay, scroll must be okay, great. All right. Well, thank you everybody. My name is Jack Eklund with the City of University Place, and I'd like to thank you all for your consideration of our current orchard improvement project. University Place, we're located in the greater Tacoma area. We're fully within the urban growth area boundary and are bordered by the cities of Tacoma to the north, Fircrest to the east or west, and Lakewood to the south. Actually, Fircrest to the east. Current apple orchard is located in the west central portion of the city and is depicted at the starred location on this map. This park is a real treasure and much loved by our community. It's a unique urban park in a historic 7-acre apple orchard setting. It's a really special place. There are not many locations in which in the middle of the city you can have community events, gathering spaces, education opportunities, and recreation, all in and amongst over 200 apple trees, many of which are close to 100 years old. It's a wonderful refuge and feels a bit like a step back in time. The apple orchard is home to many popular community events, including an annual community harvest and cider squeeze, a free summer concert series, an annual 4K race, community picnics, as well as multiple educational programs, which has led many to refer to the park as an urban edible classroom. Now, this picture here can help orient you toward the park. It's located at the corner of Grandview Drive and Brookside Way. It's directly connected to the city's 40-mile sidewalk and bike lane network and is in close proximity to transit. The primary goals of this project are to help make this treasured park accessible to be enjoyed by all ages and abilities, and also provide increased opportunities for physical activity and play. The playground, pathways, restrooms, and parking proposed under this project fill gaps in needed services in the area. This map shows the various parks in the city and helps illustrate the service area of the orchard. The starred location represents the current orchard, and the circle around it depicts a half-mile radius to help give scale and perspective to the service area. Other parks with playgrounds are noted on the map with a purple capital P, the closest of which is at the county-owned Chambers Bay properties, located just over a mile to the south of the orchard. However, that park is not served by transit. We do have other facilities on the eastern side of our town. However, those are about 2 miles away from the orchard. Although I've mentioned many of the great features and amenities of the park, it also has several disadvantages and limitations. First of all, and foremost, it has poor accessibility. There are no accessible routes to any of the park amenities. There's also little opportunity for play. The picture here shows these two synthetic rocks, which I'm a little embarrassed to say is the current play area of the park. In addition, there's limited parking with no designated ADA accessible stalls, and there's no restroom facility serving the park. This picture here shows the lack of accessible parking on site. Although there is some street parking along Grandview Drive immediately adjacent to the park, there are no curb cuts, and the accessibility to the park amenities is blocked by both a fence and a grassy slope. As part of the project, we will be proposing to convert the stall where you see this red car parked in the picture into an accessible stall. We would also add a new curb cut and provide an accessible ramp down into the site. Here we see the existing northerly access to the park from Brookside, which serves as the play area and event space. You also can see it's not particularly friendly to people with limited mobility. This is another view of that access and shows a relationship to the existing access to the existing play area, which once again you can see poor accessibility. This picture on the left shows the location of the existing band shell, which is the focal point of most of the events at the park. And as once again you can see, there are no accessible routes to this feature. The picture on the right illustrates some of the parking limitations on site. This shows Brookside Way heading west from the site entrance, where the only parking would be on this gravel shoulder that slopes away from the street. In many places quite steeply, which poses challenges even for the most able-bodied of folks. It's also important to point out that due to the nature of the park, the preservation of the historic apple trees, as well as the wetland on-site parking is not feasible. So street parking is really the only option for the park. The need for this project was identified and prioritized through the public outreach and development of our public recreation and open space plan, which an excerpt of which you can see on the image, the figure to the right here. This plan specifically identifies the need for the playground, restroom, accessible pathway, parking, bike racks, gateway, and educational signage, all of which are incorporated into this proposed project request. In addition, the project also addresses goals and policies in both our comprehensive plan as well as the city's ADA transition plan. Here you see the proposed amenity list, including the playground, a 100-foot long seating wall, restroom, accessible path, new parking stalls, drinking fountains, benches, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, signage, and wetland enhancement. Once again, all consistent with our pros plan for the site. This here is a map showing proposed improvements. I do want to highlight some of the primary elements of the project. On the bottom left corner, you see the yellow rectangle represents the playground area. Just above that is a green rectangle, which would represent the new restroom. Further to the left of that is where you see the new proposed ADA stall, curb cut, and accessible ramp. Along Brookside Way, we're depicting the additional parking. And then, of course, you see the new accessible route throughout the park that would have the educational signage put along it. That proposed seating wall would be built along and around the play area. And then that wetland, which is this clouded and hatched area, is that 6,000-foot area that would be enhanced by removing invasive species, getting rid of debris, as well as replanting with native vegetation. So then how is this project addressing deficient recreational opportunities? Well, we'll be making this unique park accessible to all, creating more opportunities for physical activity and play, and providing needed public facilities in the form of restroom and parking. We'll be improving this unique setting with enhanced recreation and education opportunities, which will also help create more opportunities for bringing the community together. The project elements have been designed to both aesthetically and physically fit within the natural environment of the park. This slide depicts the rendering of our proposed apple-themed play structure, which will be 2,400 square feet in size and include 24 play features, which is quite an upgrade from the 2 rocks of our current play area. Here you see the proposed restroom facility, which will have 2 fully accessible units hooked to sanitary sewer and will feature 2 drinking fountains on the outside. The color scheme and appearance have been selected to fit within the apple orchard environment. This slide here, is it not moving? This slide shows the existing layout of the park with the existing play area in the foreground and the band shell in the back. And now we can overlay some of the more substantial improvements. Features. Now we're not showing all of them, but it gives you the general layout of these major elements of both the playground and the restroom, which of course will all be connected by an accessible walkway. Now, in addition to the more substantial improvements, we'll also be adding some finishing touches that will provide a little something extra. Most notably, we are planning on to imprint the new walkway through the park with nature and orchard themed images, such as apple leaves and animal prints. These will be scattered throughout the walkway and can serve as a fun scavenger hunt for kids walking along the path. For this project, we do have a well-developed project design with a detailed and realistic cost estimate. For the play structure and the restroom, we have received pricing from suppliers on the state contract list. All other items have been estimated by a professional engineer, broken down by unit prices based on current costs. Once again, this just shows the overview of our features. Now, as I mentioned before, the project is a result of a major effort. It was undertaken in 2020 to update the city's parks, recreation, and open space plan. This involved extensive public outreach and included surveys and public meetings. As part of this effort, the master plan for the current orchard was developed. The community support for this project can also be demonstrated by the letters of support we have received, including letters from numerous community groups, the school district, the police department, the Parks Commission, and as well as the City Council. One of the most significant community partners we have in development and implementation of this project is with the Curran Orchard Resource Enthusiast Group, which is also known as CORE. This is an active volunteer community group dedicated to the stewardship of Curran Park. CORE has been instrumental in the care of the park and in providing educational opportunities. Specifically with this project, CORE helped us develop and design the layout of the improvements, is providing and coordinating the volunteer labor for the wetland enhancement, and is designing the educational signage. Now, sustainability is a major emphasis of the current Apple Orchard Park, and this project is no exception. It integrates recreation among its unique park setting and preserves and enhances the natural amenities of the park. I do want to point out here that although this is a historic orchard, it is not a commercial orchard, and there's no area-wide broadcasting of pesticides or fertilizers. So it's both sustainable and safe for these improvements to fit in and amongst the apple trees. Ecological factors under this project, will be improving and enhancing the existing wetland habitat, restoring with native landscaping, utilizing sustainable storm drainage techniques of infiltration and dispersion, providing education-focused educational materials, featuring apple tree health and growth, beehives, wetland habitat, and so forth. In addition, we'll be utilizing recycled materials for the gravel that be placed under the new walkways and the playground. Social factors of this project are that it promotes physical activity and play, improves accessibility, which is allowing for enjoyment for all ages and ability, provides for safe and convenient public restroom and accessible parking. The project does connect to the existing city sidewalk and bike lane network, and it's in walking distance of over 11,000 residents of the city. It helps promote biking, is in close proximity to transit, and will help provide for additional community education opportunities. For economic factors, the project elements are designed for low maintenance requirements, and the project will utilize, as I mentioned, recycled materials as well as efficient stormwater management techniques. There are many cost efficiencies proposed with the project. This includes utilization of volunteer labor for the wetland enhancement of the wetland, valued at $5,000, as well as the content and design of the educational signage. Another cost efficiency is that we are proposing to use City Parks Department labor for much of the in-ground preparation work. Because of our staff expertise and familiarity with this unique location, we will be able to perform the in-ground work in a manner that is both quick and efficient, as well as ensure minimal disturbance to the existing natural features of the park. The savings of utilizing city labor is estimated at about $25,000. So we are very excited that these amenities improvements will bring to the current orchard, making this unique gem of a park able to be experienced and enjoyed by all ages and abilities. I would like to thank you again for your time and consideration of our project, and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Jack. All right, questions, clarifications needed. Anne, go ahead, and then Genevieve.
Is the playground going to be accessible? I don't know if you talked about what the surfacing under it would be.
Yes, so it will have the accessible padded tiles. So it'd have the compact gravel, but then the accessible tile padding underneath it. So it'll be fully accessible playground.
And then are your elements designed for accessible?
Most of them are, let's see if I can, oh, I guess I can't go back anymore.
Can you go to the drawing or the picture of the?
Yeah. So it has a lot of inclusive elements. One of the challenges though you do have for the slides, of course, not all of them have, there are steps on the one side, although we do have ramp on the other. So I wouldn't say it's a fully inclusive playground, but it's about half of the elements would be accessible and inclusive.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could go to slide 17. I just was curious. There was one park that's pretty close to this one, Chambers Bay, and I was trying to read the list and see what amenities it had, if they were similar, and just how far away Chambers Bay is from the apple orchard.
Yeah, and so this is the park. Yeah, that's the county-run park. It is a regional facility. It has the Chambers Bay Golf Course. There is a playground and restroom facility located at that. It's about, I think it's 1.2 miles away. The reference of 1.2 is specifically to where the playground is. There are other elements of that park. One thing that I do like to highlight is the current apple orchard is served by transit where the Chambers Bay Park is not. And so there are better opportunities for accessibility at current due to transit proximity.
Thank you. And then one more question on slide 23.
Yeah.
Okay, I just needed to read it again. So that this is from the pros plan, and it was specific to needs for the current apple orchard park.
That's correct. Yeah. So this is an excerpt from our pros plan, and I think it's important just to kind of note all the elements shown in this plan really are incorporated into our project, especially on the upper part, the main part of the park. There is a little bit of the area closer to I guess the bottom corner that more references. There's that's a different element of the park. That's actually there's an entryway, but mostly the building you see there is actually a museum building for UP. And so that's kind of outside of the active elements of the park. But so what we're focusing are the areas that are more colored on the upper side there.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jill.
I guess I need to unmute myself. Do you have a timeline for this project? I didn't. If you said it, I might have missed it.
Yeah. So the timeline itself is from, if we were selected for funding, we'd anticipate about a 18-month build out from that point on. I do have it in I should have brought that. It is, the schedule is noted in the application, but that's a general time frame. We would be able to move quickly on the longest lead item is actually the sewer permit, but many of the other items of work could get started in advance of that. So we wouldn't have to wait for the sewer permit, say, to start prepping the playground area or the base work. So we would move pretty quickly, and all the elements have been designed. So from that standpoint, we don't foresee any kind of time obstacles.
That's great. And what is your population at UP?
So we're just a little over 30,000 in University Place itself.
Thank you.
But we're immediately next to Fircrest and Tacoma and Lakewood, so we're all a little bit of a blending there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or information you need? All right, seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you, Jack, for joining us and presenting.
All right, thank you so much.
All righty. All right, that brings us to a break. So what time do we have? 2 o'clock? A little bit ahead of schedule. Let's see. Why don't we come back at 2:15? Does that work for folks? About 12 minutes? We'll see if we can stay a little ahead of schedule. And yeah, we'll reach out and make sure Tukwila might be able to join us. All right. See you back here at 2:15. Right, welcome back, everybody. Looks like Tukwila was able to jump on a little early. Thank you for that. All right, there we go. Hi, David.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. Riverton Park Playground. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. I'll hand you control so you can advance your slides. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. Should be able to make that work.
Let's see here. Looks like it. Yep.
Great. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right, give me one sec here. All right, let's do this. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. My name is David Rosen. I'm the fiscal analyst for Tukwila Parks and Recreation, here to present to you the Riverton Park Playground Renovation Project under WWRP Local Parks, application number 241800. So for starters, to locate this project is located within King County, within the city of Tukwila on the western side of the state, within the central Puget Sound region. Zooming into the regional map, you'll note that the city of Tukwila is a centrally located city with between multiple different employment centers, 1 mile east of SeaTac International Airport, 12 miles south of downtown Seattle, and 17 miles north of Tacoma. Zooming in even further, we move into the vicinity map for Riverton Park. Riverton Park is a park that has about an area of 4.88 acres or so, with that project area being denoted in green in the northwest corner of the park at about 1.02 acres. You'll also note that it's about central within Tukwila, just due west of State Route 599 as it branches away from Interstate 5 moving towards Seattle. Moving into local priorities, we really want to focus on park access. You'll note within this map, which is an inventory map for the city of Tukwila, first and foremost, that red dash you see there, it's actually the census tract that Riverton Park is located within. You'll note within this area, both within the census tract and within this half-mile radius, that Riverton Park is one of the only parks for that entire census tract of about 2,900 different people. You'll note that Southgate Park is just due south of Riverton, but this is actually an open space forested park. It's not really the community neighborhood playground communal gathering space park that you think of when you think of that community access. You'll also note immediately due north is the Tukwila Community Center, which is close. Right now, it's about a 0.6 mile walk. That's about 16 minutes. So right at the edge kind of the accessible 15-minute city, if you will. However, in Q1 of 2027, there's actually a bridge that crosses the Duwamish River that allows access to the Tukwila Community Center, and that bridge has to be replaced. So in Q1 of 27, that bridge closes, and the walking distance becomes 1.8 miles in about 40 minutes. So we have a park here that's really serving solely this entire neighborhood and census tract of about 2,900 people. So really establishing that park, developing it, renovating it, and growing its ability for use and its diversity of uses is crucial in this project. I know this is already scored objectively throughout the application, but we did want to highlight it after our technical evaluation, just the health demographics for the census tract itself. And we do have a couple different public health needs that we can identify within that census tract among its adult population. Things like high cholesterol, disability prevalence, high blood pressure, no leisure time for physical activity. So we really feel like the renovation and further development of this park is critical to not potentially completely stopping those issues, but hopefully mitigate them through public health needs, such as getting that activity and providing those opportunities for people to get active and fit within that census tract. Lastly, with local priorities, we're looking at public input. So our PROS plan, our Parks Recreation Open Space Plan, was last published in March of 2020. And in that, we had a lot of input from our community members, 374 survey responses, a lot of park pop-ups, engagement meetings, and community listening sessions. And we were actually able to get site-specific recommendations for Riverton Park, such as shelter and playground renovation, new amenities and interactive elements, and pathway enhancement and improvement. And we're actually going to be able to address all of those recommendations within this project. So we really took into account the 2020 PROS plan when we looked at this project. Lastly, for local priorities, looking at the existing site, once again, the rough project area in that green area denoted, we'll note that the current play area we have here is on that western side. It's about 2,950 square feet of play area. those two left pictures showing the current setup that we have. You'll note that we have a play structure there. It's a nice kind of standard play structure that you'll see in your usual park, but we really wanted to say that we don't have a lot of diversity in use. We don't have diversity in age. We don't have early childhood developmental capacity within that playground structure as it exists. Same thing with the swing sets, not a lot of difference in need for ability or different age. So we want to address that in this project, and we feel that we have. That bottom center picture is the current picnic shelter at the park. And we have heard from many community members that we want more communal gathering spaces where we can cook, gather families, nonprofit groups, so on and so forth. That space is currently about 445 square feet, and we're going to grow that use as well through this project. Lastly, just to denote and show the multi-use capacity of this park as it stands, that bottom right picture is actually Gully Gardens, which is the local pea patch on site at the park. So we just want to demonstrate that this is already a multi-use park. You have walk paths, you have a play structure, you have community gathering spaces, you have a garden, and we really want to enhance the recreational capacity of the park through this project. Moving into the fun part of the project, looking at our project scope, here's an overview of the kind of overlay of the current park as it stands with the project development plan. We're going to go through all of these one at a time, but just to kind of highlight them real quick. In the center of the project, we have the iconic climber, which centers the 5 to 12-year-old play area, the large sort of main structure of the park, if you will. Immediately due north of that is a protected 2 to 5-year-old play area with a concrete retaining and seating wall. So for crucial protected play for our younger youth who would enjoy the park. On the south side, we have different swing sets for different ages and different physical abilities as well. Number 5, kind of center within the project, is a musical play area that we're very excited about, that early childhood development, sort of audio, visual, motor skill development that you can get from musical instrument that we have in the park. Number 6 on the far east side is an enhanced picnic shelter with more picnic spaces, with more picnic furnishings, and a larger communal gathering space overall. And then just for the park character and the park sort of design and to loop it all together, we have constructed grassy and natural grassy knolls around the park edges as well. And we conservatively think that all of these elements together will probably about double the play area square footage that we have within the park compared to where we're at now. So going through these one by one, the elements you see here are actually what we've gotten estimates on for the project. In theory, they could change, but this is about as close as possible to exactly what we would see in this park right now as we've proposed it for this application. So once again, central to the design is that 5 to 12-year-old play with that iconic climber kind of being the keystone, if you will, of the park and giving it that park character and neighborhood identity, followed by the rope swing and some climbing fences as well for that 5 to 12-year-old play area. Moving to that 2 to 5-year-old play area, which I'll remind is kind of going to have a concrete retaining and seating wall around it for protected play for our younger youth. You have some visual elements with these sort of mirror setup. You have the physical elements with this small jumper and another sort of small climber for protected play for our 2 to 5-year-olds. A difference in age kind of variety that we don't have in the park at this time. Moving into the swing set on the southern side, we have a couple different swings, once again, for different ages and different physical abilities. So just a little bit more variety there and a little bit better placement as it's compared to the park as it is now. And then the musical and sound play that we discussed earlier for early childhood development, that sort of audio, visual, motor skills. We have a couple different drums. We have some xylophones. We have that classic kind of phone, if you will. It's going to go underground and be linked to another one throughout the park as well. So a real exciting asset for development of early childhood development within the park. Then we have the picnic shelter. This is a rough concept that we've been provided by our design team. Our measurements is that picnic shelter is going to be about between 480 to 500 square feet in size. So we're looking at about a 10% increase in area on that picnic shelter as well, just growing that capacity for communal gathering spaces. We're going to include more furnishings of tables and more cooking spaces as well. So to really grow that ability for community gathering space that we've been asked to provide by our community residents. And then lastly, we have the constructed grassy knoll immediately due north for that. So a wonderful picnic area, provides some kind of landscape variety, provides different play areas as well. And the same with the natural grassy knoll there. It's actually going to kind of shield the park, if you will, from the roadway that's immediately due west of it, provides landscape variety, provides kind of park character and containment almost, if you will, but also provides a wonderful seating area and play area as well for everyone. Moving into the project budget as proposed right now is about $1.37 million, with the local parks grant covering $500,000 of that, or about 37%. The remaining 2/3 would be covered by the city of Tukwila by park impact fees and King County Parks levy funds, which are already in hand within our capital fund at this time. On the right side, you see that project done again, but just broken out by category. The lion's share of the project, of course, being the playground structure and assets, with the next biggest items being the pathways and seating wall, as well as the new picnic shelter renovation. We're confident in these estimates. We've produced them in consultation with our design build team at GGLO, and we actually have an estimate in hand from the equipment sales provider for that playground structure as well. So we're confident in the numbers that we're providing you here. Looking at project engagement. Oh, that's an old version. I think this is the older version. So this should be multiple slides, so I apologize. But the project engagement methods and communities partnerships here, we've actually had a lot of luck looking at our community cafe model. This is where we actually bring in community members to a community cafe. So we physically have them on site with us. We provide language interpretation services as well, as we have 82 different languages are spoken in Tukwila school districts. We have a very diverse population. And at one of these in mid-November, on November 16th of 23, we had 49 attendees who spoke 10 different languages. And actually one of the most represented neighborhoods was the Riverton neighborhood itself that this park is within. And they answered several questions for us that what needs improvement or what makes a good park. So we see that what needs improvement are the play spaces and the general access. What makes a good park is those walk run paths, the contemplation areas, the outdoor cooking, the protected play. All of these assets and aspects of a park that we are providing within our project. We're going to provide better pathways. We're going to provide these grassy knolls that can kind of be that sort of nature within the park, protected play areas for younger youth as well. So we're really trying to answer these questions and the answers that we provide in this community cafe model. Moving on to the methods aspect, this is kind of just how those community cafes were performed. We brought these mood boards to the community cafe that we allowed these community members to kind of write on, sticky note, all that good stuff of kind of different aspects of parks, if you will, that they want to look at. The amenities, park features, play, and park character. And how we performed those in terms of partnerships, we actually had a wonderful partnership with several local firms such as Global to Local, Enviro Issues, and the school district who helped us perform those community cafes and brought in individuals and language interpretation to provide those project engagement activities. Looking at sustainability, we have three key areas. First, we have natural materials that are going to be provided this instruction. So a lot of wood, lowering the carbon footprint of the project itself and providing that park character. In the middle section, we're actually kind of showing you the landscape overview. We're actually going to increase tree canopy throughout this project with about 12 to 24 extra trees for supporting native species, pollinator habitat, and carbon sequestration. And then on the economic and sort of multi-generational aspect, we actually have the demographics for the census tract that Riverton Park is located within. And you'll note that under 9 and over 50 is about 40% of the population. So a true multi-generational area for a multi-generational park that we're looking to create here. And then lastly, for cost efficiencies, once again, that project budget up in that screen, we have robust partnerships with Earth Corps, Dirt Corps, Partner in Employment through our Green Tukwila program. And we hope to utilize them to help us both maintain the physical assets of the park after the project, as well as hopefully prepare the park for the project once we begin building as well. And thank you very much. I'll happily take your questions.
All right. Thank you, David. Questions or clarifications needed on this project? Anne, go ahead.
On the previous slide, can you, for the cost efficiencies, can you talk about what Earth Core and Dirt Core, what do they do and how do they provide cost efficiencies for you?
No, sure thing. So we utilize Earth Core and Dirt Core for a lot of natural sort of environment maintenance and management of several parks. And we've actually been able to do some partnerships with them in the past to receive grant funds through them to help utilize certain parks. I should also note, and wasn't part of my presentation, but I can answer now also, is our Green Tukwila partnership also maintains volunteers who help maintain and stewardship our parks. So we kind of have this natural environment roster of teams, if you will, that can help us maintain the park both after the project has taken place and before, as we prep the ground or prep the local area for the project before it takes place as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Jill, go ahead.
There. I had a question on your community cafe. Was that the only outreach that you had for this project specific, and then you had it adopted in other priority plans like your comprehensive plan, or is it, or how many, I guess, how did you engage your community for for this project specifically, and how did their input kind of shape the design of it?
No, sure. So first it is, yeah, that oldest source, and I guess most prominent being the Parks Recreation Open Space Plan. That last one was done in, or released, I should say, in Q1 of 2020. We're probably due for a refresh of that plan in 25, 26. So more engagement to come for this project or any others. But that one, as part of the survey, they were, our survey respondents were asked, hey, what's your usual park? What's something you would like to see? So we did see some site-specific recommendations here that that I included in my presentation. We had several community cafes. The one we just had a good summary information of was that one from November 16th. But we did, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 of those that brought in this information. That one wasn't specifically, let's say, hey, here's Riverton Park, let's look at just Riverton Park. It really was this idea of, all right, you are our community members, what speaks to you for a park. So it gave us those general ideas of sort of, once again, I think the biggest one that we've seen has really been, we want a communal gathering space. I want a picnic shelter where I can cook with my family or cook with my company or group and enjoy that park together. So that wasn't necessarily, hey, how do we shape Riverton per se, but more, hey, how do we shape every park for every neighborhood and how they see their park and how they want to have that joint ownership. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Roxanne, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed in your budget that you have engineered wood fiber for your playground surfacing. Is that correct?
I want to say for the surfacing, there's wood fiber. We have concrete or kind of concrete pathways. I would have to double check to confirm honestly 100% what those surfaces would be. I would have to double check with our design consultant.
Mm-hmm. And did you have one that shows the pathways or connectivity between the playground and the picnic shelter and access into the site? I mean, you highlighted adult health as being one of the really big needs. So I was trying to see whether there's a connecting pathway.
No, sure. And I'm sorry for that transition. I see it looks like it slows this down. So no, looking at this layout here, all of those spaces in between, and our evaluation at ASSA, I color code these, so it's so I might have overlapped on some pathways here. But you have those pathways in between. Those are all going to be standard ADA. I believe it's concrete laid pathways in between. We could go out to the vicinity map as well. It's a reasonably walkable neighborhood within Riverton, and it's a pretty compact neighborhood, although that census tract expands out pretty quickly there. So we're really making sure that the pathways there, not only do they improve kind of connectivity within the playground as we're proposing it, but they still are going to loop into the current pathways that are in the park. If I remember correctly, there's a decent loop that kind of circles around the park and circles down to the lower level where the garden is. So we are making sure that there's connectivity within and to the park. I hope that answers the question. We could look back at the vicinity map if you would like a kind of more bird's eye view as well.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or anything you need clarified? Right, I think we got what we need. Thank you so much, David, for presenting. Appreciate it.
No, of course. Thank you all for your time and have a wonderful day.
All right, you too. Bye. Okay, up next is Normandy Park. And is there someone here from Normandy Park? We were trying to get reach out to folks to tell them we were running a little ahead of time. Haley, have you heard from Normandy Park by any chance?
Yeah, they should be here anytime. She replied to my email, so it's possible she got confused about what the start time was. I'll give her a call.
Okay, thanks. Oh, there's somebody. Let's see, Amy. Yeah, all right. Excellent timing. Hi, Amy.
Hi, how's it going? Let me get set up here.
Pretty good. Welcome. Thanks for hopping on a little early here.
Yeah, you
We're
bet.
running ahead of schedule.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
I'm glad to be here.
good. Okay, Mar Vista Playground. Let me launch that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I've got some got some special effects there. Good. I didn't realize that, but
Yeah, fancy.
yeah.
Okay, here, I'm gonna pass you control so you can advance your slides. There we go. Go ahead and click on the screen to
Okay.
activate that, and then you should be able to drive it.
Okay, let me do a test if that's okay. And then I
Yeah.
can use the, okay, yeah, got it.
Mhm.
And I might just go full screen here. So,
Good. Yeah, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
okay, well, thanks for the opportunity to present today. My name is Amy Lloyd, and I'm the Parks and Recreation Manager for the City of Normandy Park. And I'm here to talk about the Mar Vista Playground and our renovation and safety improvements for one of our parks in the City of Normandy Park. And let me get the arrows. Okay, there we go. Oh, arrow did not work. There we go. I'll use my clicker instead. So where is the City of Normandy Park? We are in Washington State, of course, and in King County. We sometimes refer to ourselves as a hidden gem because we are asked a lot, where is that city? And so regionally, if you know where SeaTac Airport is and kind of head to the water, that's where we are in relation to SeaTac, and our neighbors to the north are Burien and Des Moines to the south. And then from there, it's Tukwila and Kent. So we're part of South King County. And there we go. And we are a city of about 6,800 residents. And like I said, we are in the local Highline area or South King County area. We have been talking about this park for a little while on staff and in our Parks Commission and City Council, and have realized after coming out of COVID and just what our maintenance needs are for this park. It's getting quite old, that surface that you see. And one of the things that would be replaced with this grant used to be red. It is nearly 20 years old, and it's just experiencing that shrinkage that can happen with those rubber tiles, those safety tiles. So you can kind of see that here. And then the wear and tear in the equipment and just the surface. We're starting to lose a lot of like connection points on the equipment and reorder all sorts of parts for the metal pieces, and just see a lot of wear and tear because it's a heavily used park. We are talking about this park more lately because we've recently wrapped up our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Trails project, and it was adopted and approved earlier this year. That's, of course, part of the park element of our city's comprehensive plan that is happening right now. And some things to know about this equipment: it's about 2.2 miles away from our other outdoor play. So not a super concentrated play spaces happening in between our two spots. So these are the two, equipment areas that we have in our, for play for toddlers and different age groups that kids can choose from or families can choose from. The lifespan of the equipment is coming up, so that's part of the need that was expressed recently in our pros plan. And then I wanted to mention, and you'll see this on a map later, that we're located directly across from an elementary school, and it is Mar Vista Elementary School, and our park is Mar Vista Park, so they have a similar name. But that's within the Highline School District service area. And this area in particular has a high and free and reduced lunch rate and a diverse student community. So I just put some of the stats up there When we're doing our program work for the parks and doing planting, we're starting to translate our communications in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Somali, just to help reach a broad community of people. And some of our programs also for music in the park use a For Culture King County music roster and performance roster just to bring in diverse acts, and that has been really great and inclusive way to include everybody. So then I also wanted to point out that about 16% of the kids in the school district are on IEPs or some sort of special needs program. So that's sort of interesting also when it comes to parks and how you're going to build equipment for these different communities. So this is right across the street, and part of what we love to do in this park and is we love to have our Music in the Park series that's going right now. So every Sunday we have different musicians out and performing under our gazebo, and we love our events. We have an event called Fall Frolic, where we give away free pumpkins, and we invite the school district and all the broader community out to that event. And we do a similar thing for Arbor Day with a tree giveaway. So to kind of like get you into this project site and what the site looks like, this is the star is where we will have this new playground that will replace the one that we have currently. And then I'll go through some more aspects of this park. It's a 5.41 acre park, and they're up here with that other star. That's where the elementary school is. So you can flow out and do like kid pick up and drop off right in this parking lot that we have across the street. And that's often what you'll see. So just you'll see the park just streaming with kids like before and after school. And then even between that, when parents drop off, of course, there's the different age groups that use the park and dog walkers and all sorts of people. And then we have at the top, the star is our public works yard. That takes up a little around an acre, I think, of park space, and that's where our city shop is located with our trucks, and it's really handy to have that nearby for anything that comes up. And so that's the top north area. And then we have a pollinator garden and a rose garden on the left here, and then our peat patch with garden plots that people can use. And then bathrooms, we have a men's and women's bathroom with a regular running water and flushing toilet, so an indoor type bathroom. And then just a little bit further is that gazebo. So that's where our musicians will be playing this summer. And like last weekend, I believe we had about 200 people out on the lawn with kids playing on this playground and families just spread out everywhere, and all ages. Seniors come out to that event. It's free, and we try to keep things low cost for our residents and beyond. But what we're asking for today is a request for funds for this new project, this new equipment. And we don't know yet what it's going to look like. So we've just sort of proposed some samples of like colorful or natural looking new play equipment that could be put in if we get this grant funding. Our plan would be to go through our Parks Commission and go out to bid and do all that fun stuff and do some more community involved like discussions before we put in the next round of play equipment. But it'll, have ADA soft tiles, or I'm hoping we'll get poured in place surface for our new playground surface. So that could be happening if we get funded. And this has been a good fit for this site. And what we plan to do is just renovate in the current playground footprint to sort of be more turnkey. So the same sort of bean-shaped playground that we have right now will have the new playground surface and new park equipment. And again, this will serve about 6,800 residents and in the broader region. And we'll, of course, want to continue to have ADA accessible entrance to the park play equipment and playground ADA friendly playground safety surface and toys. And then the other thing that I love about this site, the fencing around the playground will be maintained. And so when I was a parent and I had young kids, my kids could run all across the park over to that gazebo, which is close, but not if you have a toddler, or out to the street, which is also nearby. But now we have this great fencing around the playground, and that's just sort of a little bit more of a safety mechanism that's helpful for families. And then just we're excited to put in and continue to have the offering of outdoor play equipment to benefit all these like healthy play and outdoor activity. And it would, of course, serve these kids before and after school, and then during the middle of the day for families that can be there at that time. And just a little bit about us is we have our Metropolitan Parks District that supports the costs and maintenance and operations for the city park system. We set that levy every fall, so we'll be doing that again this year to help pay for our services and administration and as much new projects as we can, but that is kind of where grants come in and can help. We are thinking long term too about these maintenance costs and how to budget for these over time and make sure that we're including like a little bit in the budget so that when it gets to be 10, 15 years out, we can redo the tile the next time or the surface that we choose the next time more on our own or within our own MPD budget. And this total project cost is $731,000. That includes a permit and then a suggested cultural review, and then any architecture and engineering that'll happen in this project. We're planning to provide that 50% match through city funds or REIT funds. And then there's an opportunity, of course, to collect donations down the road to help offset costs. And we did apply for a King County Park grant, but didn't receive it. It's a very competitive grant, of course. And then basically how we came up with this project and what led us to devise this plan is we've worked on this pros plan, and we had multiple surveys. We had 3 public surveys to get those results in the surveys. We did online polling, we had paper copies, and we did tabling at our events to get the word out. We've been trying to use our local advertising channels like our blogs and our Highline School District Peach Jar email service. And we had 8.17 as a response rate from our city residents, which is pretty good. I feel like we worked really hard to get those results, so I'm proud of those results. And the community members, they value community, safety, and natural beauty, and then of course the parks. And our 2 most visited parks are City Hall Park, and this park that we're talking about is Mar Vista Park. And then we learned that they love to people love to visit our parks during the summer, but they spend 1 to 2 hours at the park. So it's meaningful what we do at these parks. We know people will be using them for quite a stretch of time. So the community and the project engagement, you can see we're out here tabling. This is our Parks Commission on the right, and some families that came in to do sort of a workshop with us. We had held public workshops as well. These are like, this is the capital improvement program schedule and just the list of things, the wonderful things that we could be doing with our community funds and with grants. And you can see that this comes up as number 2. Number 1 is a sports court for the other park, City Hall Park. But there's also this fun master plan concept that we think that we will tackle before we do a pickleball court. So that makes a little bit more sense. So staff is looking at these 3 projects sort of and how to plan for those. the project engagement and the people that we partner with for all of these fun projects are the local preschools. We actually run our own preschool at the City of Normandy Park. We have several churches in the neighborhood who we partner with. The PTA, of course, with the being across the street, we have a lot of contacts there. And our community clubs, Planning and Parks Commission and Arts Commission all helped us through all of this good community engagement. And then our sports leagues like our baseball teams in Highline School District. And then we have a local foundation. So if there's ever an opportunity to do fundraising or donations, they could help us with that. This new playground will help, of course, promote healthy and active lifestyles, offering a great deal of outdoor play, and it's one of 2 in the city. And then we love our trees, so we're going to keep those mature trees and let them continue to do what they do best, give us shade at that playground and all that stormwater filtration. Where possible, we'll try to recycle the equipment and keep it out of the landfills. This is a wood playground, so I'm hoping there's a little less impact there from a recycling perspective and waste perspective. And then just keeping the same footprint, I think, also helps with that sustainability. We're not wasting as much or putting as much into the site. Our cost efficiencies, like we sort of mentioned earlier, we're going to be using city funds or REAP funds for the match. And yeah, we're hopeful to collect donations in the future that could offset costs for us. And we'll also have a competitive bidding contest and hopefully keep that price down for us. So, and then a couple of things I've already mentioned earlier, so I won't repeat. But yeah, that we're excited to do a new park. If you would consider funding this, we'd be super appreciative and hopeful for that to happen. So thank you for your consideration and for the opportunity to present.
All right, thank you, Amy.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, questions for Normandy Park or clarifications needed? Jill, go ahead.
Hi, Amy. I was just confirming, you said the nearest playground is 2.2 miles away from this site?
That's correct. Well, technically there is one at the school, but public isn't allowed during school hours and it's closed for the summer too. So that is available, but not really.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
I think you had noticed related to the school district that you had a relatively high Hispanic population and disability population. Were they specifically involved in helping to decide on the planned improvements?
We sent out all of our surveys through that Highline School District flyer system. So if they took that survey, then yes, but that's like kind of what we decided to do. And then we had a lot of open houses. So yes, I believe that we have worked with them, but directly or indirectly is what I would say.
Thanks. Other questions? Genevieve.
Yeah, I think you mentioned, I can't remember what slide it was on, but there was an image like of the restroom and the parking area. And I know you talked about the playground being accessible. Is there currently accessible parking, and are the restrooms ADA accessible?
Yes, so the restrooms are ADA, they're single bathroom, and you can get a wheelchair in there if you needed to. And then they're, let's see, I think I'm on the gazebo slide. I took back over the, oh yeah, there we go. Bathrooms and parking. Okay, are you in charge? So that star is where the bathrooms are, and then just below it is the parking lot, and there's ADA parking right next to that bathroom, and then ramps on the sidewalks that would lead you into the play area. So if you go down there, and then there's ramping into the play area currently. Or sloped path, I guess you could call it. Yeah.
All right. Anything else needed for this one? Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you again, Amy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for your time and for everything.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, moving up to SQUIM. And I believe Hannah is here. Hello, Hannah.
How are you all holding up?
Welcome. Pretty good.
All right.
Pretty good, pretty good. You can see your slide okay?
Yep.
Great. I will pass you the controls so you can advance your slides. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen.
Okay.
And that should kind of activate it for you.
Yep.
There it goes.
Great. Mm-hmm.
Great. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'm Hannah Merrill, City of Sequim Parks and Events Manager, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present this request for RCO funds. I'm delighted to discuss establishing the first all-inclusive playground for the City of Sequim. Sequim is a small rural community located on the North Olympic Peninsula off Highway 101 between Port Townsend and Port Angeles. It is adjacent to the Dungeness River and nestled between the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Olympic Mountains. Margaret Kerner Park is centrally located in a dense residential area, walking distance to downtown and local schools. The park location is noted here on the left with the yellow dot under the word SQUIM. It is easily accessible to visitors from surrounding areas via Highway 101 and the Regional Olympic Discovery Trail. We are committed to strengthening opportunities for the city's underserved families. This park serves as a crucial green space, providing safe, multi-stimulation level recreational opportunities in an area surrounded by family housing. And while SQUIM is often thought of as a retirement community, we are excited to present this project to design and construct a new inclusive 8,000 square foot playground at SQUIM's Margaret Kerner Park for the purpose of serving children, caregivers, and families of all abilities. The property was donated in 1975 by the Kerner family for a neighborhood park. The outdated playground equipment is deteriorating and needs replacing. Other existing elements include a picnic shelter, fencing, shade trees, a Santa can, and a city-owned right-of-way. There are no other inclusive playgrounds within 16-mile radius, or at least a 30-minute drive from either Chimacum or Port Angeles. The city's population has doubled in the last 2 decades, currently with 8,200 residents. Demographics include 31% low income, 21% BIPOC or Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and 24% residents with disabilities. The need for this park upgrade was identified in the Capital Improvement Plan and the Parks and Open Space Plan, which called for playground replacement at Margaret Kerner and noted SQUIM's high population of persons with disabilities. According to the 2023 U.S. Census, the city population under the age of 65 of those living with disabilities is nearly 2 times higher than the national average. SQUIM continues to grow with thousands of housing units currently in permitting stages in the city and the urban growth area. In South SQUIM, near Margaret Kerner Park, a 215-unit subdivision is under construction. Margaret Kerner Park lacks accessible equipment and other ADA compliant and inclusive features. This project proposes to install a multi-age and ability recreational park destination. We're committed to creating an engaging, inclusive environment that provides recreational opportunities such as group play, multisensory options, quiet and low stimulus zones for neurodivergent individuals, equal play experience for children of all abilities, and side-by-side play. The project design proposes exciting new features, including play equipment for all ages, such as a climber, swings, spinner, and accessible interactive features. Recycled rubber or alternative surfacing. Input from RCO Tech Review Team and also from parents and members of Clallam Mosaic, a local nonprofit serving people with disabilities, inspired the design change to ensure all-inclusive surfacing. Recycled rubber pathways provide access to play equipment, parking lot, bathroom, seating areas, or for physical movement around the path. Benches and picnic tables for resting, eating, and enjoyment. All of these elements were pulled from the most popular conceptual design. And this park is a great fit for the updated design given its current features, including well-established landscaping and fencing all around this park. However, the site lacks an accessible bathroom, and the park lacks designated ADA compliant parking, as well as accessible pathways to park features and playground equipment. The proposed park design elements that meet community needs include installation of new sidewalk and ADA compliant parking in the city-owned right-of-way, replacing the Santa Can with an ADA compliant bathroom that easily connects to the city sewer located in the adjacent alley, and constructing inclusive and accessible pathways and surfacing. The total project cost estimate developed by a design firm and city staff is $1.96 million. The RCO request of $1.4 million is matched by $500,000 with city park impact fees. The cost estimate increased after RCO input and discussions with the local nonprofit Clallam Mosaic. The new estimate and updated request reflect a change from engineered wood fiber to inclusive rubber or similar surfacing. This cost estimate also now includes money for cultural resources work as well. Our targeting opening date is 2026. Methods of engagement involve surveying the community on playground redesign concepts, including a Spanish survey version to accommodate the SQUIM's second largest language demographic, and promoting the survey on site at the park. We're thrilled with the high participation rates, especially from adults aged 25 to 44-year-olds, likely to be a population that utilizes the playgrounds with their families. The local paper featured this survey effort and consistently highlighted the project throughout the past year. Social media increased the engagement. It was imperative to capture the voices of local youth. We partnered with the League of Women Voters, who brought the survey to 11 elementary school classrooms and to the Boys and Girls Club, concurrently highlighting the importance of voting. Overall, there were over 1,000 total responses. The community chose a design called Chutes and Ladders, asking that the city incorporate elements of that design proposal, which are shown here. Local partners truly highlight the value of an inclusive community playground. The Boys and Girls Club stated, "We understand the importance of safe, inclusive areas for youth to gather when school is not in session." The SQUIM School District Executive Director of Support Services wrote, "Inclusivity in playgrounds allows every child to fully participate." The Clallam County Health Officer noted, "While adherence to ADA guidelines is crucial, true inclusivity demands a comprehensive approach. Despite being labeled accessible, many playgrounds still fall short of ensuring equal enjoyment. And the YMCA Chief Executive Officer said, the redesign of Margaret Kerner Playground will ensure that kids and their families can reap the myriad benefits that extend beyond physical health. The sustainability of this project is realized through the inclusion of ecological, social, and economic elements, including using existing and native landscaping for low-impact design, encouraging social connection and physical and cultural activity, access via multimodal and active transportation, utilizing stormwater infiltration and recycled materials in the construction. Cost efficiencies of this project include utilizing existing features and infrastructure that are noted here. We are currently in pursuit of external financial support like other grant opportunities and capital campaign funding. Thank you for your time considering Margaret Kerner Park all-inclusive playground request. We're excited to work with RCO and other partners to create a lively, engaging, accessible outdoor space for the community and its visitors.
Great, thank you, Hannah, for this presentation. All right, questions from the committee? Roxanne, go ahead.
Go to slide 11, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. And I noticed, I mean, you highlighted your population overall fairly well, but I didn't see a lot specifically on your youth demographic. And I see that there's a number of homes coming, but I also see that they're the other side of the freeway. Do you have the other parks in your inventory? Don't have inclusive features either, but you do have more parks in your inventory that could be potentially closer to your new growth or your youth demographic. And I don't know if you have anything in this presentation to speak to that.
Well, this area is in a dense low-income housing area. So the feature of this slide showing the expansion of housing, it kind of just, overall shows the growth in our area. But we have an increasing population of families and youth because, we're continuing to grow and there's more people coming to this area. We've had a big expansion after COVID of people coming here with families to be away from urban areas. And I don't have the exact demographic numbers of the youth, but this playground is in an area that actually is quite close to downtown and local schools. If we took the shot from the other direction.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Hi there. Can you go back to slide 36, please?
Yeah.
And I commend you for your amount of swings because I don't think there can ever be enough. And just wondering if you were going to put any inclusive swings in there, if that was your plan for I know some of them are the caregiver child variety.
Right. We did not get pictured in here, but having the face-to-face slide, and we've met with this community group called Clallam Mosaic, who is a nonprofit that serves children and adults with disabilities, and they had some great additional feedback for some of the design features to make it accessible at every element. Yeah. And also quiet spaces for people that just need to be in an area things are going on, but they're not right in the middle of the things going on.
Yeah, thank you. Great for the accessible surfacing as well. It looks like a really neat project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the accessible and all-inclusive surfacing is the bit that gets you. And I don't know if any of you have heard of Corkine, but that's what I really want. But I have the vendor for Corkine is, in Sweden or something.
Is that a type of surfacing? I have not. heard of
Yeah,
that.
made out of cork.
Made out of cork. Okay. Nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, it gets expensive, but it's well worth it.
Mhm.
Good. Other clarifications or questions? Okay. Well, thanks, Hannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I do not envy you all this long day.
Yeah, it's fun though, seeing all the projects.
Great.
All right. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay. Looks like we've arrived at a break. What time is it? 3:10? Just 5 minutes ahead of time. You want to just take a 20-minute break and stay on track? An extra 5 minutes? That work? All right. See you back here at 3:40. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. My apologies. I looked at the schedule wrong. I think I meant to give you I gave you an extra longer break than I thought, but that's okay. Maybe I went for a little walk, cleared my head. Maybe that was a good thing. I was thinking we were going to come back in 20 minutes, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Did I just say 30 minutes? Anyway, I think everyone's back. We're good to go. Matt is here to present our next project. Welcome, Matt. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Carl. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yep.
Great. And I'm overseas on a kind of a sketchy connection. So if you lose my audio, just drop it in chat and I'll catch that, I think, visually. So
Okay, got you. And you could turn your video off, that sometimes helps if you want with bandwidth. So far
okay.
so good though.
Okay, great.
Do you want me to try to hand you control or just advance
Yeah,
the
yeah.
slides?
Yeah, go ahead. You could try.
Okay. All right, I will do that right now. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can activate that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
It's working. Cool. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you, Carl, and thank you everyone for joining this August committee. Grateful for all you guys' public service work. And I'm here as a representative of South Whidbey Park and Recreation District Board of Commissioners. My name is Matt Sims. And we've got a project here, 24-2008, to construct an ADA trail loop and parking associated with a new aquatic recreation center that we are working to build within Community Park, which is our principal park here on South Whidbey. To give you the location reference, you can kind of see, if you're not familiar with where Whidbey Island is, here it is relative to Everett, the largest city in the region and direct region, and Mukilteo, and that's where the island's connected with a ferry on the southern end. The north end of the island is connected by bridge over Deception Pass to Fidalgo Island and then on to the mainland about 40 or 45 miles north of our site. If you look in a little more detail, you can see these are our three population centers on South Whidbey: Langley, Clinton, and Freeland. And so you can see the sites roughly mid-position between those two. And that was one of the important site criteria, was making it accessible to our population centers, and kind of see how that lays out there. And this zooms in on the project location a bit further. You can see that this is a site within our community park, which, as I mentioned, is our principal park. We've got other park properties around the district, but this is the principal park. You can see where we are located relative to the main highway that runs up and down the island, just about half a mile off that highway, State Highway 525. You can see our population centers. We've got a UGA in Freeland, which is about a little under 5 miles away. We've got the Clinton, which is the site of the ferry dock, which is about 3 miles away, and the city of Langley. UGA is just over a mile away to the north. You can also see the proximity to our public schools. So our primary and our intermediate schools are directly across the street, and our middle and high schools are adjacent to the property, only about 400 meters away. So you can kind of get just a rough gauge at how central this is to us, both to population and to the public schools. Whoops. This zooms in a little bit more to what Community Park has in terms of park features. You can see the range of things that are connected to this site, from active recreation to passive recreation and trails. And that was an important part of community feedback, was the connection of this to other features of the park and the park system. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. This zooms in even further, and it shows where that aquatic recreation center site is, and that this perimeter trail, ADA perimeter trail with trail parking, how that fits together. It's directly adjacent to a principal road, Max Walton Road, and where we have a transit stop. So it's a natural, enhancement to accessibility. It was one of the criteria we established in site selection. You can see another important element of this, and we'll talk about that when we get to public need, but the connections of this trail to other trail networks that we have in our park, both directly in Community Park, which is on the right-hand side of this slide, and across the street in a new park property that was acquired with the support of the state. This looks at the issue of ADA trails in our district and in Island County in general. We have one that we've added in the last 10 years called Trustland Trails for a total served population of about 30,000 between our primary and secondary service areas, as you see on the map. That's one trail system. It's roughly 1.5 miles in total length, slowly built out over time. And that trail is so intensely popular that we identified an additional need to build more ADA trails, and this site is the next candidate as our primary park site. I mean, we started with our level of service determination when we built our comp plan, and from there went out to the public with a survey to help us prioritize capital projects. And you can see what happened. The green bar is aquatic recreation, and the yellow bar next to it is linked trails and trail networks. And you can see this is the people who ranked left is people who ranked number 1, people who ranked it in their top 2, top 3, and top 4. And you can see not only are these both highly prioritized by the community, but they're also linked projects. So that's when we started thinking about how we could link these two projects together. Another element of the linkage came from a feasibility study we did with aquatic recreation. We said, what else do people who do aquatic recreation like to do? And many of those things are connected to this proposed trail: exercise, walking, hiking, jogging, bicycle riding. So something that community, when they recreate, that they want to do together. Could we co-locate those things to make it easier for people? And that's what this proposes. You can see what we face with a lot of our trail properties most of the year, especially when people need to be out and exercising. In the winter months, it's too dark. We just don't have any lit trails around our district, anywhere in our district, and across Island County, that trail inventory is very limited. We also got discrete feedback from the community about the need to exercise in general. We struggle across our population, which has a very high median age relative to the state average. We're approaching almost 60 years median age, and we need wellness, we need rehab, we need mental wellness. People need to get outdoors, and trails have shown to offer those benefits individually and collectively, and it's something the community has told us is important. This is the site. Fortunately, we have a flat and level site. We got a nice woods perimeter. This trail runs in and out of those woods on the perimeter, so it's protected from the elements. It's just a natural site for this perimeter trail. You can see our community engagement has told us we need it lit so it can be used year round. We have ADA parking at the trailhead. We have those connections to adjacent trail systems, as you see there. This shows the scope of the constraints of the project. We've got a wetland just off to the east, and this is buffered to that wetland. We've done the initial DHP surveys, and that overall site looks good. We got to survey the detail of this portion of the site as part of the project, but we're in good shape from a critical area standpoint and a DHP standpoint. This shows those connected trail systems kind of in macro, so you can see what we're talking about. One to the west has an easement from the school district through that school property, and then gets us to 4 miles of trails to the west, and then the connection into the main park gets us to another 4 miles of trails to the east. So we boost the potential benefits of this ADA loop by connecting it to those other systems directly. So how do we fit the site? We've got good accessibility from parking and the trail itself, good connections to these other trail systems that are already there. We leverage the features of the site by using those woods and running the trail in and out of those woods. And we mitigate the impact by not needing to do as much clearing and grading as we might have to do otherwise by choosing this level site that we have. The total budget, this is, the slide didn't get updated, but we added $25K for the DHP final survey. So it's $899 is the total project budget. We've got good cost estimates from our design partner, ARC and DCW, and we have matching funds on hands. Permitting's underway in coordination with our county, and we plan to be construction ready this year. So how did we engage? We engaged with public surveys, open houses. We were out at churches, grocery stores. We sat at the farmers market for the better part of the summer. We had forums at HOAs, other civic organizations we met with. We held candidate forums. We got the word from the public and engaged, every population element we could, LMI population, seniors, youth, young adults. And they shaped the design of the project, the lighting portion, the connection with parking, the trail connections to other parts, those 2 other trail networks all came from community feedback. And as part of this, we had a strong partnership. We struck an MOU with our 501c3 partner, the South Whidbey Parks and Aquatics Foundation, and they were on point for a lot of these engagement activities by sending their folks out to things like HOAs and sitting at the grocery stores and at the farmers markets. From a sustainability standpoint, this really checks the blocks for social sustainability because it's part of the fabric of our health and wellness. And from an economic standpoint, it provides quality of life to help people stay here, working families. And from a standpoint of environmental, it's more open space preservation in a place where we're getting squeezed in now Island County and South Whidbey. Finally, from a cost efficiency standpoint, it's a site we already own. We've got a private-public partnership with our 501c3 partner raising private money, and we're using district resources where we can in the construction plans. Again, I wanted to let you know we have the design, we have the matching funds, and we're going to be shovel ready this year. So we're hoping we can partner with the state to move this project forward. Oops. So thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Great, thank you, Matt. All right, questions or any clarifications needed in the committee? Roxanne and then Jill.
Great. I think slide 17 showed this, the right one. My question is mainly around the parking. It's in your budget. I see it on the map there, but I'm not sure how many stalls and where and how it's going to fit into the site.
Okay. Yeah, if you go to that 17 slide, yeah. So this is a larger parking area that's associated with the Aquatic Recreation Center. For the trail itself, we identified a need for 21 spots out of that larger parking area. So the relative demand between the recreation center and the trail, it's directly accessed from that principal road, Max Welton Road. And that's part of the county traffic study that we're doing is associated with the additional traffic on that road and through the intersection with Highway 525, which is just to the south there by about 400 meters. So that's the parking situation.
So it's an expansion of the existing aquatic center parking lot?
No, so both are new projects. So this parking lot does not exist. So
Okay.
It's directly beneath the our current park district headquarters. So we've surveyed it. We've gone to the county and gotten their waiver for the number of spots per user in order to fit to the site. So we've gone as far as the design. We have the design and we have the county permit on the parking, the number of parking slots, but we have not put a shovel in the ground.
Mm-hmm. And the bold red is what you see as paved and accessible, and the dashed red is where it's tying into a soft surface trail.
So this is hard pack all the way around. What the dash lines are where the existing trail networks already run. And so the solid line is where this project will build that hard pack trail that's the same trail construction technique we use in the existing property that we have that I referenced in that earlier slide. So hard line is the project and dotted line is the existing trails that we're tying into.
Okay, so what you're improving doesn't currently exist and you're going to develop to the hard pack standard of everything else.
Exactly. Yeah. And does not exist. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Thanks, Carl. Kind of along those lines, is the parking that you're proposing going to be gravel as well, or is that going to be paved?
That's paved. It's permeable, but paved.
Great. And I just for clarification, the aquatic recreation center has not been built yet. It is proposed, or is it?
It has not been built yet, but we passed a voted bond measure with the public to fund it in the November 2023 election cycle. So
okay, perfect. And then I show on your sponsor match breakdown, you have the bonds that are voter approved. Is that for the aquatic center, or was this for the trails in addition?
that's the portion that's associated with the trail.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we had just for context, with one of the original designs had a walking path inside the building, and the public feedback we got from that project was, we'd rather be walking outside if we can pull that off. So,
good. Go ahead, Anne.
Was your engagement specific to this project, or was it more generally parks needs?
It's specific to this project. We had a couple of interesting things developed during the engagement where we found there was an adult couple who had an adult son with disabilities who raised their hand in one of the initial public meetings and said, hey, we want to help you with consulting and advising with whatever portions of these projects we can, and they've talked to us about both of those things. We also have a unique situation in the district where one of the lawyers who was instrumental in the development of the original Americans with Disabilities Act and some of the preceding legislation and litigation and those sorts of things actually lives in the district. And he and his wife have been advocates for decades and have helped in the developing some of the kind of sharpened pencil elements of the accessibility of both of these projects. So we've got some resources in the community who stepped up to help us specifically look at accessibility elements of both of these things and the trail project in particular.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or any clarification that you need? Right, I don't see anything else. Matt, thank you for joining us from long distance.
Thank you, Carl, and thanks everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to share the project with you.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right. Moving over to Medical Lake. Looks like Medical Lake is here. Hello. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Got a snafu with PowerPoint on this one, so we put it in Adobe PDF. Okay, looks like, whoops. Can you guys see that? Okay, great. I'm gonna hand you controls. It might work a little differently than it normally would with a PowerPoint.
All right. We'll
So
give
I'm
it
not
a
sure.
whirl.
Not sure if you can just click on the screen, but I think you can either scroll with your mouse or anyway, try clicking on the screen and see what happens. Scroll with your mouse or maybe arrow keys. Oh, there we go.
Excellent. I think I got it.
Great. Well, go right ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you, Carl, and good afternoon, all. My name is Sonny Weathers. I'm the city administrator for the city of Medical Lake, and I'm here with our Parks and Recreation Director, Glenn Horton, to share about request 24-1975, the acquisition of Waterfront Park. Medical Lake is a place of relaxation and enjoyment for all. We have a host of eclectic eateries and parks and playgrounds and boating and fishing and small business shopping and a very unique history of healing. The city is ideally located as a haven for outdoor recreation with multiple lakes and ample trails and a small town spirit that offers comfortably scaled festivities with the beautiful backdrop of our lakes and forests and farmland. The city of Medical Lake is located on the West Plains of Spokane County, about 14.5 miles southwest of Spokane, accessible by exits 264 and 272 of Interstate 90 on State Route 902. Additionally, we're accessible by Craig Road and Brooks Road and Espanola Road via US Highway 2. The red star on the right-hand side of the map highlights the location of Waterfront Park, which is the subject of our request. And a little history, what got us here. The city entered into a 55-year lease with the Department of Social Health and Health Services in 1967 for the total sum of $250, quite a deal. 55 years for $250, but that expired in 2022, and our partners at DSHS informed us that a new lease would be priced around $47,000 per year. And that was a big pill to swallow, considering the city already spends about $125,000 a year in annual maintenance and operations at the park. And we don't have the capacity to increase this cost by 37% annually. Also, of note is that with the help of prior RCO grants, the city has developed facilities at Waterfront Park for swimming, utilities, parking, and walkways in 1968. We added some ballparks, a swimming area, and playground equipment in 1980. There was a restroom, a maintenance building, picnic shelters, and trail development in 1983. Some softball fields in 1991, and interpretive signs and a dock in 1997. And these projects have all made Waterfront Park into the beautiful place that we know it to be today. Our goals and objectives for parks and recreation revolve around usability, accessibility, and enhancement of civic pride. The Medical Lake community desires parks and trails that support community interests and recreation needs, along with programs and events and recreation opportunities for people of all ages, abilities, and interests. while also promoting our unique identity and economic vitality and social connections, with great service, stewardship, and sustainability. Waterfront Park is the largest park in Medical Lake's inventory. It provides the most recreational opportunities to visitors. Additionally, Waterfront Park stands alone as a safe and free lakefront access on a public transit route in Spokane County, which is a pretty awesome opportunity for people to have free access to lakefront property. Ownership will secure that use and access and community pride in perpetuity. In the map above, we marked all of our local parks in red stars and all of our shared agreement space with our school district for green space and play fields. The schools in green, and let's see. So a couple of points here too in relation. The city has we're above the national average of parks per resident, which is great, but most of our parks are really small and have limited facilities. And based on the National Recreation and Park Association's agency performance review, the national average for acreage of parkland per 1,000 residents is 10.6. And Medical Lake falls below that with just 4.5 acres per 1,000 residents. The proposed land purchase, which our next slide will, a future slide will address, but it actually adds acreage to our parks, which would be really great to help us meet more of that standard or be closer to the average. Waterfront Park it really is the front porch of our community, serving countless residents and visitors with access to swimming and picnic shelters and softball and volleyball, horseshoes, a playground, hiking trails, kayak and paddleboard rentals. And in addition, visitors enjoy concerts and festivals that are hosted on site during the summer season each year. Acquisition of the property will help maintain and expand recreational opportunities that are beneficial to our local and regional community, as well as having direct impacts on the vitality of our local our local community, our local economy. A lot of our local shops and nonprofits rely on these community events hosted in the park throughout the year to help boost business and raise funds. If the City of Medical Lake is unable to sustain costs related to the operation and maintenance of Waterfront Park, the condition of existing facilities and the current levels of service will be at risk of deteriorating. The current owner and our partner at DSHS doesn't have land management as a core mission of theirs, and so there's not a lot of interest in them to expand that capacity. And our goal really is to be able to keep the free access available to the region. The concern too is that if Medical Lake is unable to continue to operate and maintain those levels of service, that the current owners may look for other potential purchasers to deal with that, which could very well limit access and make it a pay-to-play condition. The RCO board approved eligibility for this acquisition at their meeting on April 16th. As previously mentioned, Waterfront Park is ideally located with proximity to a major population center in Spokane, which allows visitors to easily enjoy the natural beauty of the area. The proposed 50, almost 60 acres of land provides opportunities for recreation and leisure, including picnic areas, a swimming area, and a beach, a playground, a boat launch, play fields, and hiking trails. And so to make sense of this picture in front of you as well, all the areas included with the red lines is the acreage of what we're proposing to acquire. And with this acquisition of this property, the city of Medical Lake would manage approximately 2/3 of the shoreline of Medical Lake. That would include Waterfront Park and the North End Park, which are the two ends of the community of the picture here. And we also have Coney Island Park and Pepper Park along the lake. So there's some pictures to just kind of show a little bit more of the playground situated with proximity to the beach and softball fields and picnic shelters and bathrooms. We have a beach and lawn areas that provide ample space for swimming and sunbathing, and covered picnic areas that play host to school and family reunions and larger events throughout the year. Our play fields host adult recreation softball and Little League baseball, in addition to the sand volleyball court, and there are a number of sprint triathlons that take place on the grounds throughout the summer. Concerning our project engagement methods, the 2019 comprehensive plan update included extensive efforts at public outreach and communication, and that resulted in the comments that you see on this slide. The City Council recently adopted a strategic plan as well that seeks to provide recreation and wellness programs and facilities that build community, support the arts, and encourage social connections. And the goals, policies, and actions identified all seem well aligned with the mission and vision of the Recreation and Conservation Office. We have a strong list of supportive community partners, and there's a letter of support here from the current property owner and our partners at DSHS. Also, our partners at Spokane County, Reimagine Medical Lake School District, the Blue Waters Bluegrass Festival, West Plains Little League, Medical Lake Lions Club, and the Kiwanis Club. Waterfront Park is a connection point for a diversity of community organizations. Here is some pictures illustrating West Plains Little League and our partners at Reimagine Medical Lake, who host a number of events and festivals for the community enjoyment. And we just recently wrapped up last week was the Blue Waters Bluegrass Festival, an annual festival in the park that brings a great crowd and great talent, and is a wonderful opportunity for people to enjoy the outdoors and good music. City of Medical Lake is also going to be, as far as cost efficiencies, will be seeking a legislative appropriation to assist in providing a local match, but we do have funds available for that as well. Successful outcomes will lead to the protection of existing uses previously funded by RCO grants, as mentioned, the playgrounds and beach and trails, the amphitheater, play fields, and covered picnic areas. Our desire is to mitigate the increased lease rates that are in addition to the operation and maintenance costs already expended by city funds, and it's no concerns if a legislative appropriation is not received. The city is still committed to using funds on hand to take care of meeting that need. Medical Lake Parks and Recreation Department would not be able to sustain a continued $47,000 annual lease agreement for the waterfront park if the city is not able to purchase the property and wanted to maintain the lease. We would need to look at alternative fundraising methods, which could potentially reduce our ability to have free access and increase either taxes or parking fees or use fees, which would be a detriment to the larger community. And that is what I have to present to you. Happy to address any questions that you may have at this time.
Great, thank you, Sonny. All right, any questions, clarifications you need on this one? Jill, go ahead.
Sunny, did you guys do any type of community outreach as it directly pertains to purchasing this property outright?
So we have done some outreach, not as organized as the comprehensive plan, you know, a lot of general outreach, but this summer we've had our planning commission at a booth in our farmers market that takes place every month, and we introduced this summer as well a Linger at the Lake concert series that 4 events for the community. We've had a table up there as well, and to specifically reach out on this concept, because the community is not overly aware. They know that the park is there. It's been in existence for a long time, and current status of ownership is not something that they were really aware of. But there is general sentiment for sure that moving towards ownership makes that's the general sentiment of the community.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
She has part of mine, but this one, Carl, you might be able to help with in terms of the fact that there is prior state funding RCO commitments to the development that obligate the site. Would DSHS be limited in their options for another landholder? Would they be precluded from selling it to private?
They would not. So it would be the city of Medical Lake that is obligated to their grant obligations. And how it would work under the current arrangement, because they don't own the property, they're only leasing it, that their period of compliance is limited to, I think it's 20 or 25 years. It kind of depends on the grant program, but if you don't own the property, your obligation is not perpetual. So, but if there was any time remaining on, then we would be looking to the city of Medical Lake to try to replace that opportunity that would be lost.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But hopefully we don't get there. Trying to avoid that. And I'm not sure how old those grants are. Those development grants might be long enough ago that, you know, I didn't look up the history on it.
Mm-hmm. And Sunny, do you know, you said the lease expired in 2022. So do you know if they're negotiating with anybody else? And 2, have you already begun paying the higher lease rate in order to continue operations?
Oh, great question. So there is no other discussions at this point, and they are in favor. We are talking, we're negotiating, and in that negotiation timeframe, they've been generous to extend the existing lease. So there is no cost burden that we're bearing at the moment. So as we move towards the acquisition, we're optimistic that they've been a great partner so far. Our feet aren't at the fire.
Nice, that's great.
I was just looking here too. I think the last, and I don't recall. I'd have to look, but the last RCO funded grant was 1997. So,
okay, so that would probably just approaching the end of the compliance period anyway. So. All right, well, I don't see any other hands, so looks like we got what we need.
Well, thank you so
very
much
for presenting.
Yeah, thank you much for your time and attention. We appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, John Batelli has arrived.
Hey, Carl.
Ready to close out day 3 for us?
Oh, man, I am. Hi, everybody. I know what this hour is like, so thanks for your attention for another 12 minutes.
Yes.
I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming to share your project. You controls, standard routine here. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen and see if that works.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yep, I went forward. I'll go back. Looks like I'm good.
Excellent. Well, whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, here we go. Hello, folks. My name is John Batelli, and I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Spokane Valley. I'm here today to present the Balfour Playground and Spray Park, which is part of a transformative project creating a new community gathering space in the heart of our city. Shown here is a recent photo from the park at our new Veterans Memorial dedication this past May. We come to you today from the eastern edge of the state, where we're just a few miles from the Idaho border. Interstate 90 bisects our town on its way toward the state line. Incorporated in 2003, Spokane Valley is now the 8th largest city in the state of Washington, with a population of more than 110,000 and spanning over 38 square miles. Balfour Park is in the center of our city, and shown on the map are 1/2, 1 mile, and 2 mile walking distances from the park. Originally developed in the 1950s, the old Balfour Park was approximately 2.8 acres in size and can be seen in the northeast corner of the yellow outline on this map. The city purchased approximately 8 acres to the west of the park in 2012 and entered into an interlocal agreement to sell up to 3 of those acres to the library district for a new downtown library. The area outlined in yellow shows the new park boundary at 8.5 acres. You can also see on this map the fire station to the southeast of the park. The entire block between Harold, Balfour, Main, and Sprague is now under public ownership, and across from Sprague Avenue to the south is Spokane Valley City Hall. Here are photos of the original park, which included a small playground and restroom building, a gravel volleyball court, and some open space. The library district began construction of their new library in 2022, and the city began phase 1 of the Balfour Park expansion in 2023. The library property shown in green is now complete, and the new library is open to the public. Phase 1 of the park project, shown in blue, was completed this summer. Future park elements shown in gray include pickleball courts, basketball courts, a large picnic shelter, an amphitheater stage, and the playground and splash pad, which are the subject of this grant application. Also being constructed right now is a stormwater treatment project that reduces lanes on Sprague Avenue, adds a new public transit stop, and installs a pedestrian crosswalk to connect City Hall to the new park and library, greatly improving public safety and access for our community. Question 1, need local priorities. The city's park system consists of active and passive recreation areas. The green circles on this map show our 5 neighborhood parks, 3 community parks, and 1 large urban park. We also have 3 outdoor pools, a senior center, and 2 paved multimodal trails. The city recently completed 3 additional property acquisitions for future park needs, which are shown in the gray circles. These properties are undeveloped. In total, we have approximately 350 acres of parkland. The red star is the subject property, Balfour Park, and also shown on the map are the locations of our 4 other splash pads and our 3 outdoor pools. This map shows the approximate service area for Balfour Park, with a 1/2 mile walking distance to the park in green and extending out to the 1 mile walk in yellow. There are no other parks in the service area. The white icon to the northeast of the park is an elementary school that includes a small playground. The closest city parks outside the service area are Edgecliff Park, shown in the lower left corner of the map, which is approximately 2 miles away and includes a small splash pad and playground, and Valley Mission Park on the north edge of the map, which is 1.5 miles away and includes a medium-sized playground and an outdoor pool. There are nearly 3,000 youth living in the service area for Balfour Park. There's a lot of info on this slide, but I wanted to draw your attention to the total population in the service area, which is nearly 13,000, and the median household income of less than 57,000, which is far below the statewide average. There are also over 750 households living below the poverty level in the service area. The proposed improvements to Balfour Park align with several goals and policies in our Parks and Rec Master Plan, including developing parks that are spread equitably throughout the city, broadening recreational opportunities for both residents and visitors, and developing partnerships to meet community needs for parks and recreation services. Additionally, the proposed improvements to Balfour Park are specifically listed in the Parks and Rec Master Plan and in Table 7.1 of the Park and Rec Capital Improvement Program. Question 2, project scope. The vision for an expanded Balfour Park dates back more than 12 years to when the city acquired the adjoining property for civic purposes and developed the concept of an integrated park and library site located across from City Hall. Working independently, but with the same design team as the library district, the city engaged the public to update the master plan for the park. While separate from the library, the expanded park will offer the public a seamless experience with a wide range of new recreational opportunities. The updated master plan identified locations for an amphitheater with covered stage, a new spray park with associated restrooms, a signature playground, multiple sport courts, an events plaza, large picnic shelter, walking paths, open space, and a veterans memorial. Shown here is the final site plan. This grant will construct the playground and spray park, which are outlined in red. Noteworthy is the required restrooms have already been constructed, and the building includes the mechanical room for the spray park and a small security office. This rendering shows a vision of the fully developed park oriented to the southwest with the new library and city hall in the background. The spray park and playground are in the center of the rendering, and the sport courts and parking would be out of the image to the bottom and left off of this view. This photo of the park was taken July 1. The brown areas on the ground are pad-ready sites for future park elements. These are not irrigated, but have been planted with native grasses. The asphalt pad on the right side of the photo has since been fitted with soccer goals and fencing and will be painted with court surfacing by the Seattle Sounders Rave Foundation just next week. A dedication ceremony is planned for September 12th. By installing all of the park infrastructure in phase 1, including the parking, pathways, lighting, and underground utilities stubbed into the park building, the stage has been set for a cost-effective installation of the playground and splash pad, which were the 2 highest ranked elements for the new park expansion through our public outreach. This photo shows the pad-ready location for the signature playground, and this photo shows the pad-ready location for the spray park with the required restroom in the background. Question 4, project design, fit. The entire scope of this grant application is to construct the signature playground and splash pad, the 2 highest ranked elements prioritized through the master plan update and design process. This word cloud, generated at an August 21 community workshop 2021, demonstrates the popularity of these elements. The design for the playground was developed with variety and accessibility in mind, based on input gathered through our master plan update in 2019 and 21. Options for playground elements were voted on in the community design workshop event and selected for a variety of ages and skill levels. Unique features include the ability for children with mobility limitations to get out onto the second story of the largest play structure, and plenty of room and view lines for parents and grandparents to engage and observe from adjacent seating walls and park benches. The spray park design integrates a variety of features and emphasizes accessibility and sight lines for a dynamic play experience in the heart of the park. The spray park will provide a much needed free place for youth to cool off in the summer, where currently there are no options in the service area. The wavy design theme also ties in with a public art sculpture that will be installed on the circular pad next to the spray park on the left. Question 5, project design budget. The cost estimate for the playground was obtained through our design team and adjusted for escalation for 2026 construction. The playground area is over 11,000 square feet and will use a combination of forever lawn turf and poured in place playground surfacing for accessibility and durability. All of the playground features are certified for the Buy America program, which is also important as we're seeking LWCF funding for this project as well. The cost estimate for the spray park was also obtained through our design team and adjusted for 2026 construction. Additional costs are allocated for a recirculating water treatment system, which will minimize water consumption and waste. The design also integrates multicolored lights and a variety of features for an engaging user experience and a visually stunning display. Finally, although not part of this grant request, but a component of the project, the Heart of the Valley sculpture has been donated to the city by the Spokane Valley Arts Commission, and it served as a partial inspiration for the spray park design. The sculpture will be installed adjacent to the spray park and anchors a major sight line within the park. And its name speaks to the community anchor point that Balfour Park is becoming. Question 6, project engagement methods. Public engagement on the Balfour Park expansion project really began back in 2012 when the city acquired the vacant land adjoining the old park, and it has continued through the current day. Stakeholder interviews, tabling events, in-park canvassing, neighborhood mailers, online surveys, and community workshops were all part of the public engagement process and development of the final master plan. Regular community updates have continued since phase 1 construction began, and the response from our community has been extremely positive. Question 7, project engagement community. On the heels of the County Library District securing funding to build their library, the city finalized the Balfour Park design. The design team helped the community influence the final park design through an online survey and community workshop. 46 community members attended the workshop, and over 200 individuals provided additional input online. The result was a prioritization of desired park elements that has led to the playground and spray park project being pursued today. Question 8, project engagement partnerships. Several amazing partners are providing support for the Balfour expansion project through donations and joint programming. Although not part of this proposal, the Rave Foundation's donation of the soccer mini pitch is nearly complete. Rave specifically chose Balfour Park because of the opportunity to partner with the Spokane County Library District and because of the low income and underserved population around the park. Additionally, our partnership with the library is strong, and together we host a free summer park program at 3 of our other parks each year. As the new Balfour Park comes online, this location is anticipated to become the hub of this popular summer program. Additional support for the park is being provided by the Spokane Valley Arts Council, who donated the sculpture, and the Kiwanis Club of Spokane Valley. Question 10, sustainability. Our project has sustainability goals and outcomes in several areas, including ecologically through the splash pad design and by increasing tree canopy in the city and stormwater infiltration at the site. Also socially, with a connection to the public transit system, a natural synergy with the Spokane Valley Library, proximity to emergency services, and by creating a community gathering space in the heart of our city. And finally, economically, by contributing to our city's sense of place and establishing a downtown civic campus for public services. Last question, cost efficiencies. The donated soccer mini pitch and art sculptures are not part of this application, but they do complement the project. There are significant cost savings through the ready-built pads already in place and the utilities already stubbed into the restroom building, and overall at the project site through the availability of parking and open space at the separately owned library property next door. Specific to the playground and spray park project, we have received a pledge for a cash donation of $40,000 from the Spokane Valley Kiwanis Club for the playground. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right,
Carl,
thank you,
can I get-
John. Yeah,
Whew. All right.
well
Practice.
done.
Thank you.
All right, question. It looks like Silvana and then Anne.
All right.
Hey, Don, what an exciting project to continue.
Yeah, very exciting. Hi there.
I just have one question for you.
Okay.
So I did notice in one of your slides that there's a fair amount of population in Spokane Valley that doesn't speak English well. And I'm wondering what sort of public engagement was done, particularly with your Hispanic community and your non-English speaking.
I can't recall if we had a translated offering to specifically reach out to that community. I really appreciate the question, and I don't have a great answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right, but thank you for that.
Anne, go ahead, and then Jill.
Carl, if you could just go up to the slide before this, slide 26. So all of these outreach events, were they specific to this park or were they for your park system in general?
Great question, Anne, and they were all specific to this park and this project. So what you see here, there was a refreshing of the master plan in 29 and then kind of a final design effort push in 2021 and then updates related to the construction. So everything you see here is about Balfour Park expansion.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Anne stole my question, one of them, but then the other question I had was, can you tell me the square footage of the play area again?
11,000 square feet.
What, come again?
11,000 square feet. Yeah, it's a biggie. We're excited.
Yeah.
Nice work. It's a great presentation. Thank you.
Oh, you bet. Thanks for checking it out with me. Any others?
Roxanne. Yeah, Roxanne, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you go to slide 9?
Sure.
While you're going there, I guess it's wonderful that you had so much of phase 1 done. Are you nervous about mobilization in the center of that park?
I know, right? Not too nervous. We have a lot of hardscape that's available, and I don't think we're going to tear up too much of the park in getting to the next phases. I was really glad the city embraced that idea too, because now what we do have is a green space that's open and available for everyone. And I think, frankly, there's some nice community interest in turning those brown patches into fun, exciting things too. So it's an interesting strategy.
And were the half wall seating along the paths all put in with phase 1? Because I noticed there's no benches or tables that are part of these 2 new elements.
Yeah, that stuff has all been put in already. I think there might be a little seating wall that could be part of the playground installation, because there's going to be a little bit of topography added to facilitate that access to the upper levels of the play area. So we're at about a 60% design at this phase.
And now slide 9. You have a grayed out area on it. What is that?
Oh, that's outside our city limits. It actually happens to be the Dishman Hills Natural Area, if anyone's familiar with the geography over here. So that's unincorporated county, kind of a weird looking map, but that's why that appears that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It really does point out how Edgecliff Park down there in the corner is quite separated geographically as well.
Yeah. Great. Other questions for John or clarifications that you need?
Oh my gosh, that means you guys are done? You're just gonna have a little debrief? Play some music?
That's about it. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Oh, well, thanks everybody. I really appreciate your time today.
All right,
Have
thanks.
fun
Nice to see you, John.
You too. Okay,
All right.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, that brings us to the end of day 3 of evaluations of the local parks category in the Washington Wildlife and Recreation program. We have one more one more full day tomorrow of evaluations, and we'll be back starting at 9 a.m.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Monica, I don't see is it still live streaming? I've lost the live streaming. Oh, maybe I need to stop sharing.
No, it's still going.